All right, I hope you guys are having a good week. We have been incredibly busy over here. If you think about it, I did 5 hours last Sunday. We did 5 hours on Wednesday. We did 5 hours, we actually did 2.5 hours with Beth on Thursday. And then now she's also done live video every day since then, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So this is quite the production environment we got going on here. And we have Dannion and Brinkley here with us as well. So we're going to get to him actually having a cameo here in just a minute. But before we do that, I want to just kind of lay out what I've decided. We talked about it with our whole team. And this is really good news for you. We are going to add another module, another probably 5-hour module to the whole program, free of charge as a bonus, to thank you for all of your kind support and your thoughts and your amazing dreams and questions and answers. And also as a way of helping us to continue to provide you with some consistency and peace of mind and stability and sanity in the midst of this unprecedented chaos that has been wreaked upon our world, where if you don't understand the global financial reset, if you don't understand Ascension, it's looking very, very dire, very dark. And so I don't believe that, but I also think it's cool for us to continue to enjoy this time together. But another big part of this was that I'm looking at the material and I'm looking at what I have to offer you. And I realize, hey, just because I did this stuff last year in last year's mystery school doesn't mean that I shouldn't do it again. Because first of all, it's really great stuff and it's totally proprietary. It's material that nobody else has got this. It's all good intellectual property, so that's one reason. And another reason is, simply put, that I think all the other stuff that's going to come up at the end when we summarize everything will very nicely harmonize better if you've had this material. I don't want to presume that you saw last year's class. So what I'm actually going to do this time is I'm going to review the Ascension science. Some of it was not in last year's class, but this will really, really tie pieces together for you, and I would say finish the job of convincing your conscious mind that there's definitely some kind of Ascension event coming our way, and that we're actually in the process of it now. There are very obvious changes in the physics going on in our solar system, in our world. So we'll begin with some very nice meditative stillness here. Static? That was cool. All right, so before we get into all this review material, I want to also keep us on track with what's actually happening today. And so I want to talk about the fact that in the last 6 days, QAnon, which if you don't already know is a very much an extension of the current administration, and if you follow my work, then you'll be one of those people who understands that this is not just some bad thing that you're supposed to get angry about, that Trump is the president. It actually has these other angles that most people are not aware of, in which there's a plan that's been in place since the 1950s to expose and arrest the deep state, to stop them from taking control of our planet. And things have gotten very, very bizarre with this COVID crisis, because as we've been telling you, as many as 85% of the people who get this thing are not even going to know that they have it. It was 500% more targeting Asians than other races, except maybe blacks. It targets 80% more Asian men than women. So all the metrics and all the data that we've gotten has been very skewed by this, and it definitely has all the traces of being man-made. Remember, the Department of Justice arrested Charles Lieber, the Harvard department head, actually, who was also working on this virology lab that happened to be in Wuhan. So that was very outrageous, but apparently if they were to actually tell us that on a global level, there would be World War III. So they have to wait until they get further along in arresting the cabal before they can actually explain this in its proper context, because right now it would be crazy and we'd be playing right into their hands. So something is getting ready to happen, folks, and that's another reason why I want to stretch out our class a little more. As for when the next date will be, we're going to continue with the schedule as planned, which means that we have the 5th week on Sunday, and then we have that's next Sunday. I don't have a Q&A this coming Wednesday. It's going to actually give me a chance to finally catch my breath and make some slides and get some more things done that are new. But then we're going to have next Sunday is going to be lecture number 5, which is not the end anymore. Then we have the following Wednesday after that, which is Q&A number 2. And then I propose that it will probably be, I don't know, it's going to either be the following Sunday or the following Wednesday when we do the next module. Plus, we're going to have your interviews coming out. I'm going to be interviewing people. We'll be putting those up. Those may not be live. They probably won't be live. But all that's coming up. So those are just housekeeping items. I don't want to get too bored with that. Let's look at this now. 6 days ago, Q was at post number 3989. And now they've gone to 4083. They've had 94 new posts in just under a week. That's a lot. Now, a lot of them are rallying cries where they're, posting images of QAnon supporters, which are from all over the world. They're showing a huge number of people who are all going online in public and making their stand to say that they support this. And again, this does not mean that you endorse everything that this president has said. This does not mean that you endorse everything this president has done. I don't. Okay, that's important. But I'm also open-minded about the idea that there's something interesting going on here that we don't see. And you have 3 years of impeachment, and then they immediately switch it over to COVID, and now it's all COVID. And you got to look at this realistically, that this is how you wipe out a 4-year presidential term. So anyway, the overall point, in my view, of what these new revelations show us is that the COVID cover-up is falling apart and justice is coming to the deep state. So, for example, take a look at this. This is one of the things that comes from the federal government on a website called COVID View, where they're summarizing things that are coming from the federal government. And it's talking about, key updates for week 17 ending on April 25th. Nationally, the percentages of laboratory specimens testing positive for COVID-2 remain similar or decreased. Okay, that's good. Nationally, visits to outpatient providers and emergency departments for illnesses with symptoms consistent with COVID-19 continued to decline and are below the baseline nationally and in many regions of the country. They do remain somewhat elevated in the Northeast and Northwest, so this is all good news. The decrease in the percentage of people presenting for care with ILI and CLI may be due to a decline in COVID illness. Reported levels of activity may be decreasing because of widespread adoption of social distancing efforts and changes in healthcare-seeking behavior. Little influenza virus activity has been reported in recent weeks. Isn't that interesting? No flu. I wonder why. Well, check this out. The overall cumulative COVID-19 associated hospitalization rate is 40.4 per 100,000. That's very small, with the highest rates in people 65 years and older, 131.6 out of 100,000. and 50 to 64 years, 63.7 per 100,000. Those are still very, very small. Hospitalization rates for COVID-19 adults 18 to 64 years are higher than hospitalization rates for influenza at comparable time points during the past 5 influenza seasons. But as we've said, influenza is spread out over months, whereas COVID crunched it all together. That was the big thing. But now comes the big one. Check this out. This is the one everybody's so interested in. For people 65 years and older, current COVID-19 hospitalization rates are similar to those observed during comparable time points during recent high-severity influenza seasons. Let's say that again. For people 65 years and older, current COVID hospitalization rates are similar to those observed during comparable time points in recent high-severity flu seasons. For children 0 to 17, which includes teenagers who would resent being called children, COVID-19 hospitalization rates are much lower than influenza hospitalization rates during recent influenza seasons. So in other words, kids aren't getting it, and now the whole thing has been dialed down to the point where the death count is not worse than a typical flu. But yet we don't shut down the entire world, shut down the economy for a flu. So, and people that are younger are not even going to notice they have it at all. 85% of people are asymptomatic, and they say, oh, we don't have the tests, there's not enough tests. Well, maybe part of that is because if we did have the tests, then everybody would be finding out that they already got the thing, they already got rid of it, and it's not a big deal, and we're much closer to herd immunity than we thought. So here's what Q had to say about this, and this is very interesting, so check this out. How do you prevent a war over COVID-19? And they link to this Twitter account, and the graphic I just showed you is one of the ones they've linked to. I don't know if it's this one or not. But check this out. What national and global impact immediately occurs regarding their intel assessment when we find out on a global level, what national global impact will occur if we find out on a global level that the virus was intentionally released in coordination with classified 1 through 99. Now, classified 1 through 99 appears to be nobody really knows for sure. I mean, maybe you could make a good case, but classified 1 through 99 appears to represent a series of materials that they are going to try to not release because it'll just mess with people's heads too much or it's too upsetting. They're trying to get rid of the deep state. They're trying to expose them without going through all of the dirtiest stuff, because it is going to be traumatic, and children have to be able to go to bed. You know, there's people have to want to stay alive, and when they find out the full scope of how bad this is, some people are not going to want to stay alive. So there's a reason why certain things are classified, and so they're saying now that the origin of this coronavirus, how it got started, who released it, they're not going to do that. They were going to do that, and it was going to be this whole, I think it was going to be this whole Charles Lieber thing, but now they're not saying that. So let's continue reading this. Okay, so what national global impact immediately occurs if you tell everybody the virus was intentionally released? How do you prevent a war? Matters of national security. Think timing. Who benefits the most? So let's just stop on that one for a second, right? If there was a war right now, let's say that we find out that it was released from the Wuhan lab and that it was released in conjunction with Chinese government officials, working with people like Gates Foundation, George Soros, Charles Lieber, etc., okay, and that this part of this depopulation agenda. Well, if the Chinese were involved in this, which obviously they were, to some degree, one faction at least, they're obviously gravely concerned that telling us that would trigger a war. Now, well, maybe we shouldn't worry about that. No. Look, the problem is the deep state has not yet been adequately exposed and defeated. And if they're still controlling the media, if they're still controlling everything on that front, and they haven't been really taken down yet, if we get a war with China, they can totally, there's so much stuff they can do to manipulate that to their advantage, to go after the president. Every new thing that goes wrong, every death is a Trump death. It's bad. So they came up with this idea Let's not go there right now. Let's hold off until people really learn what's going on. We're not going to say anything about this thing being false. And in fact, they've made some misleading statements that indicate that they don't think it's man-made, which is interesting because that puts the seed in people's minds. What if it was man-made? What if somebody did make this thing? Some people might not have ever even considered that, but you got to remember this is biowarfare, right? So they're talking about how they don't want to release this publicly because it would lead to a big war, and then the cabal would totally benefit from that, like they always do. They're just always desperately waiting for something like this to take place. And it's sad, but that's the way it works. Okay, so they say, matters of national security, how do you prevent a war? Think timing, who benefits the most? The cabal would right now. What's the common denominator? Do you believe Biden would admit to sexual assault simply by asking him? No, of course not. So why would you even bother to ask? Okay. Do you believe the intel community would admit information in the declassed category? They don't want to. Why would they declass that a foreign adversary intentionally released COVID-19? No. So why do it? Why leak it? And then they say here, January 15th, Democrat impeachment articles transferred to the Senate, and they knew they were going to lose. January 15th is also when the first COVID-19 U.S. case occurred. So literally, on the very day that they transferred these impeachment articles to the Senate, knowing that the game was over, knowing that it was done, knowing they don't have any other moves to make, on the same day, that's when COVID cases started being reported in America, showing a very tight consideration. Now, there's a lot of cool things they said in the last 94, but I want to really focus on this one. They keep saying nothing can stop what is coming, nothing. And then they said this is a big one, 4072. Boom week ahead, treason doesn't pay well in the end. So boom week, a boom of course is a big, big change, a big, big positive surge of something. So QAnon is definitely telling us to prepare for some really, really great stuff. We don't know what it is, but they've given us a lot of clues that we're probably going to see some indictments. We're probably going to see some really amazing positive shifts where people start getting indicted, people start getting arrested. There's a lot of chatter on Q suggesting James Comey will be one of the first. There's a lot of chatter that they put out there about the Muslim Brotherhood, and that our former President Obama might be connected to them and might have collaborated with them somehow. I'm not sure exactly what's going to come out, but it is apparently going to lead to the idea that Obama himself led this whole thing against Trump. And it's sad. It's sad because on one level I can kind of understand it. Obama probably felt very badly about Trump before he ever became a presidential nominee, going out there and saying that, Obama wasn't born in America, that he was born in Kenya, and the whole birth certificate thing. But still, it's a sad fact, apparently a sad fact, that he went ahead and did this anyway, regardless of whether, when people commit crimes, they don't think about lawsuits, they don't think about what's actually going to happen when the law catches up with you, how bad is it actually going to be for your life when this whole thing comes down on your head. And we have some great examples of that we can't talk about yet, but yeah. So these things do happen. Justice comes around and it bites hard, okay? So yeah, it sucks because I used to support Obama. I used to be behind what was going on. I enjoyed the idea of having a black president. I enjoyed the way that he talked, but and I saw in the beginning that he was trying to stand up to the deep state, but he couldn't make it and he got sucked in. And he ended up doing this after Trump won the election. And so, sorry, bro, sorry this is happening. Sorry this is coming down on you. But hopefully Obama will do the right thing and he will release incriminating information about what was done to him and give us some real truth. And I think that will make a lot of this go away. If he can, in my opinion at least, and I don't really know anything, but I just study this from afar, In my opinion, if Obama were to actually make some really provocative statements about what actually happened to him, about that private 20-minute meeting that he had with George Bush Sr. after all the presidents got together and the threats that were made against him in his life, where he was called the N-word repeatedly by Bush Sr., if he were to actually go public with that, I think we would understand this thing a lot more. And the packet of paper they left on his office that had all this stuff in it about who really runs the world and what's going to happen to him if he doesn't play along. First thing that was on his desk, first time he goes into the Oval Office, sits down at the desk, and one of my insiders had taken multiple pictures. This was Jacob from the Rothschild faction. Had taken multiple pictures of this packet of paper they left on his desk. I think his presidential number was 43, right? So it had like a 43 written on it in pen, and that was it. Anyway, boom week ahead. Treason doesn't pay well in the end. Nothing can stop what is coming, nothing. They've made promises before that don't look like anything actually happened. So I understand if you're frustrated, but hey, this is a big week, they're saying, and so let's just be grateful for that and let's get excited about that. So now I want to just dig into this, which is that what we're dealing with right now is all part of the Ascension process. So as much as this whole thing can be frustrating and confusing and alarming and deeply concerning to you as a person who is informed and educated, whether you enjoy what's going on with the current administration or you don't, I hope that either way you can see that there is a faction that is defeating pedophiles and crime rings and the deep state, and they're exposing Epstein, and we have great intel that the alliance would not have chosen Donald Trump if he had not been largely above all of this stuff. Now, is it possible that somewhere in the past that a teenage girl hooked up with him? It's possible. But we're not talking about the super sadistic stuff. We're not talking about eating baby flesh and drinking blood and all this kind of stuff. He did not do that stuff. Well, how do you know for sure? Well, look, the alliance knows because they have control of the intel. So I know some people really get upset about this, and I get it, but isn't it interesting how this whole thing is dragged out? And again, how many deaths are enough? There's no death count that's enough for these people. There's nothing more important than who wins the election. They don't care how many people die. All they care about is winning. And now you got this thing coming out with Joe Biden and his former person that he, sexually assaulted. So when it was Justice Kavanaugh going for the Supreme Court, of course they're jumping like crazy on Christine Blasey Ford's testimony, and everybody's so upset about it. This is one of the things Q also was showing. But now that it's Biden, they're like, it's not a big deal, it's not a big deal, it's not a big deal. Nobody's talking about it. And this is another big thing. The media isn't talking at all about the fact that General Michael Flynn, who was a major coordinator for the alliance, which I know for a fact, okay? No question whatsoever, I know that for a fact. He was wildly defamed and taken down and framed by the FBI. This is another huge story, and they talk about in the QAnon posts this past 6 days, literally not 1 second of coverage on any of the cable news networks about it at all, except obviously for Fox, which is now, interestingly enough, not an organ of the deep state, but actually helping the alliance. That seems to be what's happened. I still don't really like them, but I can accept that they are definitely doing the right thing, at least on some levels. So anyway, here we are, and all this stuff is getting ready to break out. All these interesting things are happening, and it's part of a global consciousness activation. We have all been stuck at home on lockdown, having to figure out what it's like to have solitude, what is it like to be around everybody in the family all the time. People with children are having to homeschool their kids. Now there's all these lawsuits, people wanting their money back from colleges because they didn't get to go through their term. Those lawsuits will fail because that's called force majeure. You can't, even though it might have been an act of Bill Gates, they're going to call it an act of God. So, but Bill Gates thinks he is God, right? So what the F difference does it make? All right, so anyway, without further ado, to bring you up to date on a whole variety of cool things, including why you should be breathing, the importance of lucid dreaming, I'm going to mute the mic and I'm going to hand it to Dannion Brinkley, everybody. So let's give a big round of applause for Dannion Brinkley. Here he comes.
So hello again, everybody. Thanks for being here. I have been enjoying this entire program that Elizabeth and David have put together, and I've enjoyed it from a standpoint that as we are in this place that I call the battle for the souls of humankind, and since 1975 I've preached this sermon about there would come a time in the future, based on me having a near-death experience being struck by lightning, that the battle for the souls of humankind would be fought in healthcare. Well, we're there. And as I listen to Ascension, and as I listen to the levels of the birth of the Aquarian age and all of those time frames, it's exactly like they had shown me in the near-death experience. So everybody, when you get to lucid dreaming, and when you get to the reality that the battle for the souls of humankind is being fought in healthcare, and you realize that this part is a live exercise. It is to measure us and to see us and to look at us and to see what we react to.
You got to explain live exercise. A lot of people don't know what that is.
Okay, a live exercise in the intelligence business is a fake run to watch to see how people react and what people do. That's what happens. Okay, 9/11 was one of those live exercises until the plane so-called hit the World Trade Center. I'm like you, everybody. I was born in 1950 and I live in America. I've been through a bunch of near-death experiences, and the biggest point that I took away from it is that we are great, powerful, and mighty spiritual beings with dignity, direction, and purpose. And today, and through this program, I hope that that's what you've looked at. But what David is doing in bringing insightful understanding of who we are, how we came to be focused here, and what our goals are here. And Elizabeth and the music and the interaction between a couple coming together at this time and producing this show on their own as a team with a little help from their friends. I think that that shows a greatness about who we are and a wonder about who we are and what people are willing to do to come together to make a difference in each other's life. So when David and Elizabeth told me that they wanted to do this, I said, I want to participate. I want to be a part of it. He said, why? I said, well, David, the battle for the souls of humankind would be fought in healthcare. I saw that in a near-death experience in 1975, and I've spent the last 44 years of my life working on palliative and end-of-life care, hospice programs, home health care, to achieve the goal knowing that this would come. I could never figure out in the in the near-death experience, how they could take a chip. In a near-death experience in 1975, there would be a chip implant. Okay, in that chip implant, they could control your life and they could operate in controlling your life. And I wrote this in Saved by the Light in 1993, and it was published in 1994. Well, that's where we are, everybody. So back to this point. When it came to the point where it was about lucid dreaming and David and Elizabeth pushing the fact that in all of these things that are happening, and so much of what David is saying is true, and so much about the information he gives about the law of one corroborates things that I know. But when you get down to lucid dreaming, and you have to remember it is your breath that matters. Your breath. And as you prepare to go to dreaming, what David did last week about creating your platform and your program. You put your platform and your program, you write it up, you type it up, you print it out. What you want to dream about, who you want to contact, the person you might want to send a message to. Don't mess around. If the ascension is happening, and if this new age is being born, and the Mayan calendar is starting the countdown, if that's what's happening now, capitalize on it, everybody. Don't not capitalize on it. And always come back to these programs. Always come back to them, because David and Elizabeth will keep creating this kind of program, and I'll desperately want to contribute to it. So pay attention to your breathing.
You got the job.
Pay attention to your breathing through the entire session. If you're here, pay attention to your breathing. And make sure that when you're coming here for these programs, that your breathing becomes an important, integral part of regulating and controlling, seeing how deep you're breathing, how deep you're not breathing, and pay attention to that. Because you pay attention to that, you're going to put more oxygen in your brain, you're going to create more activation, you'll become more aware and alert, and you're going to accomplish a higher energetic connection to the energetic patterns are being created in the ascension, the birth of the age, and all those other thought patterns created about where we are. So pay attention to your breath. The other thing that David made was that print out a form, everybody. Print a form out. So when you wake up in the morning or you wake up in the night, that form is sitting there. What happened? Jot down your notes and thoughts, so that between going to sleep, what you want to talk, what you want to deal with, what your issues are, and then who you would like to connect to. Because what happens if you put that person, and that person happens to call you, or that person happens to interact with you? And it's all about the intention of reaching higher frequencies of understanding, so you can utilize all those things that are available to all of us based on where we are in this ascension. So
I also liked my professional worrying technique. Remember that?
Yes.
You got to write it all down and decide whether it's tangible or intangible. Talked about that. Everything you worry about.
Well, you make a list of the things that you worry about. You know, you look at yourself and make a list, because you're always too busy worrying. You make a list about what you're worrying about, and then what value does it have. Most of the stuff that we worry about, we create, but I don't even care about that right now. What I care about, everybody, is look. You're locked in this house. California's a little crazier than everywhere else in America, but it gives you a microcosm of what can happen and what you would never believe would happen in America, and it's happening. Okay, so what do? You stick your head in the sand, or you pay attention to your breathing. You stay focused on concentrating on absorbing this information, because in order for a great happening, it will come subtle. If you listen to what David said earlier today, everybody, they would never do it gigantic. It would collapse the entire world. Look at where we are over the flu. They would collapse the entire world. That's what's at stake. So the strategic political calculation and maneuvering based on world war, not people shooting at each other, but world war is at stake in this. Why I pay such attention to how David's people who talk to him, and how David pieces it together based on the bits of information he gets from a lot of different people. You can't help but conclude that that's where we are. You know, and for me, it just means that there's a life after death, everybody. Everything I'm talking about happened in 1975. I was struck by lightning. I was 25 years old. I was dead for 28 minutes, completely paralyzed for 6 days, partially paralyzed for 7 months. It took me 2 years to learn to walk and feed myself. And I discovered the things about myself that you are too. Spiritual being. You chose to come here, and you were chosen to come here. And you came here to make a difference. And what you have to think about is what difference you're making. And I think the information that you're gathering from what David is doing, and the people who are contributing to the information that you're receiving, and what Elizabeth is doing is holding that heart place in it, is a great place to find ground and focus and support in this time. But remember, we are there in every word that you hear, and making your outline for what you're going to go to sleep thinking about. You know, put all that stuff in the can, and who you want to contact. And when you wake up in the morning, whatever that dream state was, put it down. begin to show that energetic pattern that you are seeking to access it. It's there, I know. So I want to thank everybody who takes their time on a Sunday afternoon in this trap that's been set for us, to have spent this time here. And that reading some of the things and having the privilege of hearing some of the things that you guys are writing and saying, and some of the dreams, and some of the marvels of the dreams that you're having, and the things that you're saying. It's wonderful to know that you're out there. And it's wonderful to know that you have a sensibility about you to be perceptive of this world as it is changing, and its higher consciousness and its elevation. And the battle for the souls of humankind is being fought in healthcare. And when you start to think about that, it is not that you're so worried about your life or fear of that. It's about how much control you have over your life and this adventure we're living together. So I want to thank David and Elizabeth, Kelly, and the team that comes together that creates opportunity that I can ask you to make your breath one of the most important things in finding that lucid dreaming state. And if you practice breathing throughout the day or throughout the session, then when you start to go to sleep, that dreaming, deep breathing state heading into the low delta states is a lot easier and a lot more expansive. I love you and I appreciate you, and until the next time, be blessed, be safe, and keep coming back to this place. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dannion. So here we are, and we want to thank you, Dannion. I got a little silly slide that says "Thanks, Dannion," because why not? We're going to get this done. So anyway. This is a great team, and I'm very pleased to have you here, Dannion. Thank you. That was wonderful. And thank you guys for continuing to support us. I'm very happy that we're going to give you more than what we promised, and I think you should be happy too. Let's hope that this coming week is amazing. Let's hope that they do something with the QAnon stuff. Our freedom is at stake, and of course, there's a much, much bigger thing going on here than the 2020 election, or even whether the deep state gets exposed and defeated. This is a much, much bigger discussion. So what is really happening here, I have a lot more of your dreams that I've prepared and made into slides. But before I go into all that, before I dig into that world, I want to review and extend our discussion of geometry, because I think this is, again, one of the great gifts that I have, something that I've spent over 30 years putting this all together now and assembling this amazing case. So I'm just going to review some things, but we're going to very quickly get beyond what we already talked about before, so don't pause to think that you can just go to the bathroom while I'm live and it's not going to matter. This is all going to be very important stuff to review. So first of all, the new physics models, as we said, from Nima Arkani-Hamed and Yaroslav Trunka, are of this idea that all of space and time, the entire universe, is not just matter in the way that we normally think of it. It's actually all a projection from a single geometric form. And then the irony is they say that the geometric form size doesn't matter. You could think of it as being as big as the whole universe. You could think of it as being as small as a subatomic particle. And actually both of those are the same, because space is an illusion and time is an illusion. And the entire universe is actually an illusion projected from this one geometric pattern. And that is very nicely metaphysically coherent with all these other things that we've been learning about regarding how the universe functions and what the law of one actually says, that the universe is an illusion, that it's a projection of consciousness, that you have intelligent infinity, that creates intelligent energy, and that intelligent energy then creates the 7 rays, the 7 densities, the true color densities. So something creates visible light, and visible light, of course, breaks off into a visible spectrum. And even though visible light is only a small subset of the overall electromagnetic spectrum, it does very much have its mirror in what they call the true color densities. In other words, there's 7 true colors in the universe, which is not the same as the colors of visible light when it gets broken through a prism and becomes a rainbow. And the prism could also be like raindrops, causing rainbows to form. So once we start thinking about this idea that the whole universe is really only one geometric form, and then the fractalizing of that form into what appears to be multiplicity, if you, as I did last year, if you ever look at those films where you zoom into the Mandelbrot set or other types of fractals, and as you zoom in on it more and more, you just keep seeing the same shapes over and over again. And that's this idea of holographic, like with the holographic plate, you can cut it up into as many pieces as you want, and you hit those pieces with a laser and they show you the whole hologram. It's just dimmer. So the whole universe is made of photons, and each photon is a mirror of the original photon. That's all there is. So every other photon in the whole universe is just a reflection in this hall of mirrors off of the original photon. And so the original photon contains all the intelligence in the universe, all the power in the universe, and that is what we are made of. So we are holographic reflections of this. It's so amazing to me that all of the high-level physics has been dialed in to understand how the universe really works as per the law of one. I didn't really discover this as much as I came to understand what they were telling us in the Law of One series, which I think is different. But you could claim discovery in terms of finding the science that matches and then figuring out how to make it all fit together. So, getting back to our geometric form that created the universe, as I said, this is what they kind of illustrated it as. It's not that impressive looking to me. But then when they showed me the parallel to the Merkaba shape by this wireframe diagram that you're seeing here, in which there's only 7 coordinate points, and from those 7 coordinate points they draw 4 tetrahedrons that intersect with one another. I said, well, why stop at 4? I mean, yeah, you got to fix the middle a little bit, but the symmetry that they were able to get this to work, of course, it's all going to intersect with this. And so my big realization was, oh my gosh, this is actually what the photon really is. And then we talked about quantum holographic photography from Radek Chopkiewicz, and that he captured photons and was able to actually, he used hundreds of photons to do this, but the point is they all got captured into the exact same trap. So the more of them you throw in there, the more they're going to keep showing you what their real shape is. And this is the shape that he got. And so you can take that same, and notice also, this is very important, I didn't really geek out on this enough last time. This is the Maltese cross, especially on the left. So these ancient symbols, like the Maltese cross, originally came from extraterrestrial beings that knew that the whole universe is a projection of one photon, and what that photon looks like depending on what angle you tilt it at, right? So here you have clearly an image of the Maltese cross, and yet when you superimpose the tetrahedron over it, the interlaced tetrahedron, it's not perfect in this case because of the angle. I don't really have the right angle to show you, but certainly when you look at this one over here on the right, and then you put that shape in there, it's unbelievable. Because even those little blue spots on the edges, they perfectly notch into the corners. And this is because this is what we're really looking at. We're looking at the tetrahedron Merkaba is a photon, period. So now these guys have gone and stumbled over the first photon in the universe, and with the law of one model in place, we can say everything in the universe is a reflection of the one photon, is created from the one photon. There is no space, there is no form, it's all an illusion. Science has now confirmed this. The photon fractalizes out into a star, meaning that eventually with enough fractal iteration, you have this this Merkaba, but you can also build a sphere out of it by just taking the points of the Merkaba, and they all connect to the edges of a sphere perfectly. So if you were to vibrate the Merkaba, if you were to make vibrations from it, they would reach the end of the sphere, and they would actually form a sphere, because you can spin the Merkaba around in all different directions. Those points go in different directions. So as it fractalizes, its ultimate infinity, if you will, the point at which the fractal reaches infinity is when it becomes a perfect sphere. Because now the infinite number of different permutations of that Merkaba are inside the sphere, with the infinite number of different sets of points touching the edge of the sphere. Now you've done all of them, right? You've done all of them. You've got the sphere. That's the infinite fractal. And then the only other thing the spheres can then do is start to bud off and make more of themselves. So the first star in esoteric literature is usually called the primordial sun. The first star fractalizes into the first galaxy, where a number of these stars come out of one. And then we talked about how the first galaxy fractalized into a super galaxy, and all the blueprints of this are still visible. And all you got to do to see it, as I said before, is to notice how the octahedron is tilted and it hides inside the Merkaba. And this is your ultimate image of that. We showed how the gas and dust in the background of the universe exploded out of this shape, and you can still see the image of it. But the coolest thing was that all the galaxies cluster together into what they call superclusters. And the superclusters are in this gigantic universe-wide geometric matrix, as we see here in an image from Bataner and Florido. Nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about the fact that the only acceptable explanation for what could have pushed those galaxies into that position is simple fluid dynamics, because when you do fluid dynamics, you get geometry. And we showed that with Dr. Hans Jenny, and I'm going to redo those slides in a minute here again. So this is the most macroscopic view of the universe we have. These are unfathomably gigantic amounts of space and unfathomably large numbers of hundreds of millions of galaxies all clustered together, and they're all behaving along the lines of this harmonic law from an initial photon that has the same structure hidden inside of it. The Merkaba has the octahedron hidden inside of it, and now we see that in the galaxies. So to me, this is amazing. It is the proof of geometric fractalization through vibration, that the vibration itself creates the fractal. The vibration itself creates this matrix of geometry that exists as forces, so that any galaxies that form must get caught into that matrix and become a part of that overall flow. So this is very exciting, because the universe supposedly began in the Hindu tradition, which many people date that, many scholars date Hinduism as 18,000 years old. 18,000 years ago in the Hindu tradition, what do we have? We have the Aum, the primordial sound, creating the universe. Maybe they knew something. Maybe they knew a lot more than we give them credit for. And what do the Hindus also show? They show that at the beginning of the universe, it looked like this mandala. And the mandalas they draw oftentimes are the Merkaba, with the two triangles up and down like the Star of David, okay? Which is the 2D version of this. So then we started to build the whole universe this way by going from the macroscopic level to the quantum level. And we talked about Dr. Robert Moon. I'm just going to do that again really quickly, because one thing that I did not say about him last time that is extremely important is that he is one of the core founding father scientists for the nuclear bomb. He was on the Manhattan Project. And so he personally was involved in understanding what atoms are enough to be able to split them and to create a weapon out of them. So do you think maybe this guy knows about the atom? If he was tasked with the most secret, vast, and well-financed government campaign of all time, the Manhattan Project, and he's one of the core physicists that the finest minds in our government said, get that guy, and he's going to figure out what the atom is so that we can split it and make a weapon out of it. Well, that's what he was working on. And so after he had done this work, he noticed that there were there was a whole bunch of strange anomalies about the periodic table of the elements and about the way that chemicals work and the way that molecules work, and the conventional model just didn't make sense. And it was, I guess, 1987 that he finally realized, oh my gosh, I can solve all the problems of quantum mechanics. Oxygen has the cube in the middle, 8 protons, meaning the 8 corners. Then you go up to silicon, which has another 6 added in for a total of 14. Then you have iron, which is the icosahedron, that adds up to 26. And then you have another 20 added in to go up to 46, and that's your palladium. And of course, as I said, there are very cool materials science things. In each of those levels, oxygen is critical for our survival, so realizing that we're breathing in little cubes is quite amazing. Realizing that we are, that the atoms have these sacred geometric clusters inside their centers, to me this makes a lot more sense. Why the hell didn't we just get this right in the first place? Why the hell did people shun Dr. Robert Moon? Well, because this is considered a classified science for purposes of national security, because once you learn what the atom really is, you can start to screw around with it and get things like free energy, and you can make weapons, which of course Dr. Robert Moon was already doing. So I understand, at least in principle, why we have stuck with these ridiculous models like superstring, which again, I do say it's ridiculous. Superstring theory does not account for everything, and there's a lot of mistakes that I believe were made in there that other scientists have conclusively demonstrated, including the fact that you are building a wooden model, meaning that you're trying to use time as one-dimensional, and then they're making all these apologetic changes to try to fix it around time being one-dimensional, but it's not. Time is definitely three-dimensional. This is the Dewey-Larson thing. Law of One endorsed him as being accurate. So I wanted to go back into the quantum level here because I talked about the nucleus, but I never really gave you the really amazing view of the electrons. And what really are the electrons? Because once you see this, then you'll see, no, it's not just the nucleus that's loaded with sacred geometry, it's the whole electron structure of the outside of the atom, which again is much, much larger. We remember the nucleus is a very tiny area compared to the 99% empty space that the atom actually has. So the electrons go out much, much farther. So let's dig in now to electrons. In case, I think the only way you would have known this is if you saw me in Sedona or if you watched last year's Great Awakening. But again, the way that I'm doing it now is going to be very different, and so there is repetition, but I want to get you to some interesting points here. So now we're going to explore the work of a physicist who probably nobody would ever know about if it wasn't for me and my search engine shamanism, where I just so happened to see this very cool diagram online, and I said, well, whoever made this obviously knows something really cool. So who is this guy? And I clicked on it, and his name is Dr. John Baez, and what he did is to find out that the electron clouds in the atom, the basic atom that we're dealing with, appear to have exactly the same sacred geometric dodecahedral structure. So I am not going to hide it. He's definitely a nerd. Here's his picture. Okay, he's got the curly hair. He's got the glasses. He's got the kind of awkward smile. And just to prove that he's a nerd, he actually used Google+. When Google tried to force the social network on you to take over Facebook, so they thought. And unfortunately, Dr. John Baez put a lot of cool stuff on Google+, which they then took down. So a lot of his material has been censored because of this. Take a look. And this was actually like right after I found him. This had just happened. They had taken down a lot of his work. Google+ is no longer available for consumer and brand accounts. In December 2018, we announced our decision to shut down Google+ for consumers in April 2019. Well, this is when I found it. So they had just taken his stuff down, but thankfully he didn't only write on Google+, he wrote in some other places as well. So check this out. This is a little bit technical, and I'm not going to expect you to understand everything, so I'm going to blow through some of it if it's too high level, but I want you to get the gist of this. In quantum mechanics, the position of a particle is not a definite thing. It's described by what they call a wave function. This is very important. We think that it's a particle. It's not a particle because particles have definite position. Electron clouds don't. They are not particles at all. They only become particles when things are released out of an atom, like a quantum of energy, or when an atom takes in some energy, and then the release of the particle or the ingestion of a particle is governed by something called the fine structure constant, which basically just means how much the atom jiggles when a photon goes in or a photon spits out. So you could say, yeah, it's a photon. But yeah, what do we say a photon was? It's just sacred geometry. It's just a certain amount of resonance, right? It's a Merkaba. So that Merkaba is not a thing. It's not a particle. It's just resonance. And when it comes into the atom, it adds more resonance to the whole atom. But that resonance is no longer particle-based. The atom just has more energy. It has more resonance. So this is kind of what they're saying here, that the particle is not in a definite position, it's a wave function. The wave function says how probable it is to find what you could think is a particle at any location, even though it really isn't. You're just finding some trace of something. But the wave function also contains other information, like how probable it is to find the particle moving at any velocity. And again, probabilities do not make particles. These are not particles. It's just that you can predict that you'll detect some kind of energy in a given area or that it's going to travel at a certain speed. All right. So then he says, take a hydrogen atom and look at the wave function of the electron. Now this is very important, okay? Because the hydrogen atom is one proton and one electron. That's it, okay? Maybe you throw a neutron in there if they think it needs balance. I don't even remember. I got a D in chemistry. I had to do summer school, as I said, because I could not visualize this stuff the way they were talking about it. So anyway, what we have here is a hydrogen atom. The wave, he says, think about the wave function of the electron around the hydrogen atom. Well, of course it's going to be a sphere, right? Because it's an atom, so you're going to have this spherical something around the nucleus, but it's only one. It's only one electron. But how would you take one electron and make it into a whole sphere that covers the whole outside? Well, that's the wave function. That's the probability area, that there's probability that this one so-called electron could appear anywhere around the outside, making a spherical shape. So check this. Question number 1. Can we take this one electron that is spherical in nature, and can we make it so that as we're tracing where that electron appears to be going, where it appears to be rotating, and again, I'm sorry because we're like translating quantumish into English, okay? Quantumish isn't always right either. So what they're doing when they say rotational is they're looking at the idea that there's an electron rotating around the nucleus. So, well, how does it rotate? Okay, let's just say, yeah, David, I got you. I can hear theoretically that the electron would predominantly be rotating in the shape of a sphere. Okay, let's just say it's a spherical area. But are there going to be areas of that sphere that have more concentrated energy, where you're more apt to find something that they think is a particle, as opposed to other areas of the sphere that don't have as much energy? Well, we already know that this geometry shows up as resonance. We know that there's resonance in the geometric nucleus of the atom, based on Robert Moon, who is like, you know, the cat's pajamas when it comes to building nuclear bombs. I mean, let's be grateful he did something positive with all that knowledge. So could you, as he said here, make the electron's wave function look like a dodecahedron, the wonderful platonic solid with 12 pentagonal faces? In other words, could you use all the existing tools within regular physics, so you're not breaking any rules, you're not getting anybody pissed off, could you take regular physics and show that the electron cloud around the nucleus is a dodecahedron? Well, if you're one of these science nerds, if you're one of the males in particular taking this class and you're a science nerd, you're probably licking your lips, you're so excited. Oh wow, David's about to prove that the electron clouds are in the shape of a dodecahedron. You bet, that's what we're doing. This is amazing stuff. Because ultimately, let's just, okay, forget all the technical stuff for just a second. Get into this, because what we're about to do is we're about to prove that not only the nucleus of the atom from Dr. Robert Moon, who Dr. John Baez has never heard of him, I assume, because he never mentions him. Not only is it the nucleus of the atom that has all these geometric principles, it's the clouds of electrons. And then what does that mean? That means ultimately that all atoms are resonance patterns, and they're all, again, in that new model, they're all reflections of the original Merkaba, the original photon that all other photons are made from. It's a beautiful, gorgeous, unified model, and some obscure guy named Dr. John Baez found a very important piece of this by showing dodecahedral symmetry in the electron clouds. So then he says, yes, you can do it. You can make a dodecahedron in the electrons. In fact, it's too easy. You can make the wave function look like whatever you want. Let's just stop there for a second. What he's saying is you can manipulate mathematics so that you could make the wave look like anything. The question is, does it really look like that, or are you just fiddling around with it and doing something to benefit yourself that's not really true? So then he says, let's make the question harder. Like everything else in quantum mechanics, angular momentum can be uncertain. This is, again, the alleged motion of the electrons as they're moving around the nucleus. In fact, you can never make all three components of angular momentum take definite values simultaneously. Well, again, that's because it's not really any particle that's moving. It's just that they want to try to force it to be something moving, so that's how they look at it. But nature doesn't accept, okay, I'm not a particle, so sorry if you want to make me be something rotating around, I'm not going to do that, you know. That's really what that means. However, he said, there are lots of wave functions where the magnitude of angular momentum in an electron is completely definite. This is the strength. And again, please don't think angular momentum. Just think there's something there, okay? There's something there that they think is a product of motion. There's a structure, there's an energy pattern that they think is there. Are we good? Okay. There's a structured energy pattern that they think is there, and it's definite. And the magnitude, that means the strength. So if you're looking at the whole outside sphere around a nucleus and you're looking for sacred geometry, where the geometric lines are is where the magnitude is going to be the greatest. So if you have a dodecahedron, the magnitudes will be the greatest where the lines are. That's a very important point. Okay. This leads naturally to the next question, which was first posed by Gerard Westendorp, a colleague of his that they were both on Google Plus together. And we won't hold that against them too much. Number 2, can an electron's wave function, which again is just the structure of the cloud, have a definite magnitude, meaning a definite amount of concentrated force for its angular momentum, which again is not momentum. This is very confusing. We're having to translate as we go. Basically, the bottom line is, can the electron cloud have the symmetry of a dodecahedron while having a definite angular momentum? And the answer is yes. Now we're getting to the point where you got the so-called angular momentum and the magnitude, right? That's just the structure. So can you actually have the dodecahedron structure be real? And he says yes. This is so amazing. Then he said, question number 2 has a trivial solution that's too silly to bother with. It's the spherically symmetrical wave function, which is invariant under all rotations. The real challenge is to figure out the simplest non-trivial situation. Greg Egan figured it out, and here's what it looks like. So, again, here the point is, if you make the electron cloud spherically symmetrical, you automatically crank out a dodecahedron. Why in the hell does nobody ever say that? Why in the hell did my chemistry teacher in high school never say that? Why did my physics professors never say that? Why did I not hear about it in quantum physics papers? Why do you not hear about it on the news? If you can make it spherically symmetrical and you automatically get a dodecahedron, nobody was interested in that? Well, then he said the real challenge is to figure out the simplest non-trivial solution. Greg Egan figured it out, and here's what it looks like. Take a look. So sure enough, what we got right here is this rotating pattern of the dodecahedron, and the guy who did this, Greg Egan, is very shy. I was only able to find one picture of him. He's Australian. This is his one picture. So he made that image that you just saw. The rotation here is just an artistic touch. Really, the solution should be just sitting there, or perhaps changing colors while staying the same shape. He's just talking about the data visualization. The point is it's a dodecahedron. In what sense is this the simplest non-trivial solution? Well, the magnitude of the angular momentum is equal to, here it comes. You're going to get some math. Yep, we're going to set that sucker on fire. Because it's burning my money away, right? You get 50% loss of profit every time you show somebody an equation. I'm not going to worry about this too much, folks, but if you really want to get into this, I'm giving you all the clues on how to build the full sacred geometry quantum model, okay? So again, you got h squared, which I guess that's probably Planck's constant. And then you got the square root of L with L plus 1 in parentheses. So it's a very, very simple equation, okay? There's hardly anything to it. That's all you need to know. And then he says the number L is quantized. It can only take on numerical values of whole numbers like 0, 1, 2. Well, 0 is not a whole number, but it can only take on values 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. The trivial solution to question number 2 has L equaling 0, and this is, again, very basic quantum stuff. He's not doing anything that breaks the rules. The first non-trivial solution, where things start to become interesting, is where L equals 6, okay? So if you plug a 6 into that equation that we just saw, this is where things get interesting. You can get the 6 by using the 6 lines that connect the opposite faces of the dodecahedron. Wow, okay. So that's very interesting because you can play around with the L, you can make it what you want as you're trying to understand what the atom is. There's no absolute rule here. You just want to see what works and what makes sense. Okay, so this is already becoming very interesting. All right, so question number 3, what's the smallest choice of L where we can find two linearly independent wave functions that both have the same L and both have all the rotational symmetries of the dodecahedron? It turns out to be L equals 30, and Greg Egan again created an image of a wave function oscillating between these two possibilities. So let's just be clear here that what he's now saying is that there are two different waves. There's two different, if you will, geometric structures, and they both have the dodecahedral pattern. So can you make a number? Can you make the letter L, can you give it an actual number, a quantifiable number, where you get two dodecahedrons in the electron clouds if you just chuck in that L number? And it actually works. You actually can put in the number 30, and now you get two dodecahedrons, and this is a fascinating data visualization. Take a look at this. I'm assuming that that's rotating for you guys, right? Let's just see. Yeah, so what you're seeing here is not only, when you're looking at this, I want you to not only see the dodecahedron, I want you to see how it's phasing, and I want you to see those phase relationships as they're happening right now, and you'll notice that there is actually a moment where you actually get some squares and some octahedron type of shapes, like boom, right there. There's a very quick moment, and it's right, boom, right there, where you can actually see other geometry coming in as these two dodecahedra phase into each other. You could define all 5 of the basic Platonic solids in the way that these two things interact. Then he goes on and says, here is L equals 10, which looks like a quantum icosahedron. That's really freaking amazing. Okay, and in that case, it's just holding still. It's not phase shifting between different things. And then he says, here is L equals 15. 15 is exactly half of 30, And if you've seen my work before, this should have you very, very excited, okay? Because this shape that you're looking at right now, okay, no, it doesn't move around. So unlike L equals 30 where the thing moves around, this is staying stable, right? But you can clearly see the dodecahedrons. So if you take a look at what's really going on inside the atom, and you're looking at the nucleus has this sacred geometry, which was discovered by the guy who actually invented the nuclear bomb. I think he knows what he's talking about when it comes to atoms, because his job was to split one. Then we got the clouds, and now this is the key shape. This L equals 15 is the key shape, because I'm going to show you that the exact same thing covers the surface of the Earth in all of the ley lines, the sacred geometry of the Earth. This is the pattern that you're going to see. It is literally identical. So by simply doing L equals 15 in that very, very simple equation, and then the only other thing you have to do is, instead of trying to make this funny thing with electrons that are like little tubes or capsule things, right? You just say, hey, I'm just going to take all these the one electron, and I'm going to make it a sphere, and then I'm going to chuck the L equals 15 value in, just make it spherical and give it L equals 15. Boom! Out comes this beautiful sacred geometry. And again, these are non-trivial, meaning these actually work. There's a structural language here, and it makes sense, and it fits, and it works. So then he says this, which is pretty crazy. He said, maybe this deserves to be called a quantum Coxeter complex, since the Coxeter complex for the group of rotations and reflections of a dodecahedron looks like this, and it's going to look the same, which is that. Okay, so let's just back up for a second, because what he's saying here about the Coxeter complex is that this is just a way to take all the most important reflections and rotations of the dodecahedron, put them together. So this classic geometric principle, this classic geometric law called the Coxeter complex, is actually showing up in the quantum field as a physical identifiable thing. So how amazing is that this whole time you've been living your life and not necessarily realizing what the atoms that are making the chair that's holding you up right now so you don't fall through the floor are actually made of. You never thought about that. You never really thought about, well, okay, they're saying that there's these particles that are swirling around the nucleus. Why don't they run out of energy and crash into the nucleus? Do you get worried? Are you scared right now that the atoms in your chair are going to run out of energy and that you're going to fall and hit the floor? Probably not. You probably never bothered to be dosed out on enough hits of acid that would be something you'd actually worry about. And if you have, I apologize. You know, bad trips can be a real rough ride. So anyway, the Coxeter complex is a real thing, and it's a quantum Coxeter complex, and we're going to come back to this momentarily. So that again shows you why this would happen. When we look at a single molecule from IBM, which is an ink blot, we see, sure enough, the electron clouds, which are much larger than the nucleus, also have this geometric structure to them, and it looks like the icosahedron, which again, you just tweak your L numbers and you're going to get that very naturally. So the laws of the quantum world make dodecahedrons and sacred geometry in the electron clouds. We just don't know what the heck it is. It's a hologram. It's an illusion. It's a vibration of this one infinite photon that the whole universe is made from. It's one photon that fractalized into everything else, all atoms and molecules. Another cool way of talking about this on the even smaller level than the atom is with the noted physicist Murray Gell-Mann, who discovered something called the eightfold way, where he showed the tiniest things in the universe, the quarks as they're called. I mean, yeah, you could say that smaller than quarks would be Planck particles, 10 to the minus 34 square centimeters. But Planck particles are so small that the atom would be made of countless numbers of them. But quarks are what happens when you smash an atom and it breaks apart and the pieces go flying off in different directions. That's basically all it is. So here's a picture of Murray Gell-Mann as he looks in his older years, and here he is with the classic black, thick-rimmed glasses and the good old-fashioned, he doesn't quite have the pocket protector, but he's got the chalkboard with all the equations meant to scare the pants off of you and lower your sales margins if you're going to run a class like this. So anyway, getting back to things at a murderously efficient pace, here we have the final discovery that Murray Gell-Mann made, which is this thing that he called the eightfold way. Now, what in the world are we looking at here? You got up, down, charmed, and strange. U, D, C, and S, okay? Up, down, charmed, and strange. And that's the way that things are measured as you break apart an atom. So they have different rotational characteristics, and Murray Gell-Mann was the guy that was identifying where these quarks were and how they move. And his ultimate big deal discovery was, guess what, everybody? If you break apart the atom and you see these different quarks forming, it turns out that they all appear to be emanating from one single geometric pattern. Now, this shouldn't have been there. This wasn't something they expected, because you wouldn't think that the atom would break apart so symmetrically with a tetrahedron, but this is what happens. So each dot that you see, like look at the top, it says CCC. The C again means charmed, and that just is a direction. So even though it's so frustrating because up, down, charmed, and strange don't sound like four directions, but charmed and strange just meant directions that were harder for them to identify. How is it moving through the bubble chamber? So even though it's charmed and strange, they're just literally vectors. And so what he did is he figured out that they all come from one thing. So this is pretty freaking cool because, it's not COVID-19, it's not going to kill you, it's actually fun, and it shows that atoms and molecules are geometric at their core, so that when you smash them apart, you're always smashing something off of the Merkaba, which is again the basic tetrahedron that the whole universe is made out of. It's the hologram, it's the fractal. You can chop the edges off, you can chop the corners of this guy off. Let's see what happens then. And then you get this, and that's another level of Gell-Mann's eightfold way, but it's the same basic idea. So once again, the idea is that at its core, all matter is doing this, and this is one of his classic books, The Quark and the Jaguar. So I want you to remember this shape. Again, this was the L15 quantum Coxeter complex, whatever the heck you want to call it. If you just use 15 for that very, very basic equation and you make it a sphere, then you got a dodecahedron cloud around the nucleus of the atom. And I'm actually saying this is what atoms would look like if you could actually see the atom, because everything that we think we've seen is abstractions. That best view of the molecule from IBM, that's only like the outside of it. It doesn't get into what the actual electron clouds look like. We don't have any actual equipment that could measure what it looks like right now, but they're not going to release this science on a major level anyway, because once you understand what the electron clouds actually are, where they are, how they function, now you can manipulate matter, energy, space, and time. Now you have all these cool things you can do, and this little guy becomes your best friend. So we also talked about how these same laws extend directly in genetic code. There was the Merkaba, the dodecahedron in the electron cloud, and now we're seeing, oh my gosh, it's also a gravitational attraction that persists for up to 30 days in the same place, where it'll suck light into the shape of the DNA molecule and hold it in the shape of the DNA molecule. Even if the DNA is gone, it'll continue doing that for 30 days. I think the reason why that's happening is that these little dodecahedrons represent cymatics patterns, they're vibrations, and they therefore have gravity. And that gravity, the gravitational attraction around each one of them, is going to take light or other subatomic particles and pull it in and arrange it into the shape of DNA. So this is so cool because we've now solved with geometry how life could be not a function of random accidents on Earth. Oh, well, lightning struck the primordial soup, and in that accident, life happened, but it only happened on Earth. Well, here's the problem. The Earth's only 4 billion years old. Multicellular organisms appear as soon as liquid water can congeal on Earth 3.8 billion years ago. You're already getting microorganisms, and by the time you get microorganisms, you've solved DNA, you've solved protein synthesis, you've solved all the problems that make life have to exist. 99% of all the heavy lifting is done. It's very easy to make multicellular organisms with different individual organs once you've gotten down to the point of bacterial cells. Okay? Most of the work is done. So the minute that water could form on Earth, life forms on Earth, making it nearly impossible that it evolved randomly on Earth. But they just don't tell you this, and now if they're willing to kill 200,000 Americans to win the election for Baphomet or whoever the hell they want to write in, because Biden's probably not going to make it. We don't know who even's going to be running at this point. But anyway, yeah, and there's actually this warning. One of the Q posts is warning the idea that Hillary might be running again, but we don't think that's realistic. Danny and I have talked about that. We don't think that's really that likely, but they do tell you it might happen in Q, some of the latest Q. Anyway, the bottom line is, how freaking bizarre is it that we have this one photon that the whole universe is made from? That's the hottest science we got, that you can derive all the different quantum squiggles off of one object. And then we see that DNA has the same characteristics, the same underlying geometry, because all these 5 different basic platonic solids, the cube, the tetrahedron, the octahedron, the icosahedron, the dodecahedron, all the things we see in the atomic nucleus, as I just showed you, those are the 5 basic shapes. They all vibrationally synchronize with one another, they're integrated with one another, and in the case of the atom, you have this long, long string like totem poles of individual little dodecahedrons, and they're attracting light and matter from around themselves, and they're building DNA where it didn't exist. So this is what is so amazing, and if I could just for a second like really underline this one thing I'm going to say, okay, this is the big one, so drum roll please, here we go. The basic laws of quantum mechanics are written to make life. The basic laws of quantum mechanics in the whole universe are written to make life. So if the DNA molecule is supposedly all you need to make a human being, then wouldn't the intelligence of the human being be implicit within the DNA molecule? And if you take away the DNA molecule and it continues to capture light in its image for 30 frickin' days with no DNA physically there, then that means the intelligence that makes you doesn't require the DNA to exist. The pattern, the force field, exists without the DNA. It's unbelievable. And we talked about the synthesis of proteins. There are 20 natural amino acids. There are 2 other amino acids. We did look that up. I did look it up. There's a total of 22 amino acids, but there's 20 that they call the natural amino acids. And you can see that right here. This is taken off of a science website where it says that there are 20 amino acids naturally found in protein. They did add 2 more, but those other 2 are kind of abstractions that require certain combinations. There's 20 natural ones, okay? We talked about this, that the 4 basic nucleotides that make those up could be envisioned as the 4 corners of a tetrahedron that spins around inside a dodecahedron. And then this guy, Dr. Mark White, said, there's a suitable relationship between a dodecahedron and a tetrahedron, which is identical to the way that nucleotides and amino acids work together. What are the odds? There's 120 ways you can spin that tetrahedron around inside, and that is how you print proteins. By spinning it through one of 120 different patterns, you can make all the proteins step by step, chunk by chunk, molecule by molecule. You can print them out from this simple code of these 2 patterns. This entire language exists between 2 basic structures before a single molecule ever randomly tumbles by to take advantage of it. And this was his dodecahedral model, as we said. But the really good one is right here, where he said, what are the odds then that sets of molecules perfectly emulate this structural language, but there's no logical relationship between the language of structure and the language of molecules? I would say the odds are so small as to be 0. In other words, there is logically no chance that the genetic code is not a geometric language at the very bottom. It has to be a geometric language, which you can reframe the sentence, make it simpler, and say the genetic code must be a geometric language at the very bottom. Well, what is geometry? Geometry is resonance. And again, this all came out of a water drop with some sand in it. You vibrate it according to a pure sound frequency, and you get the Merkaba, the shape of the whole universe's actual seed that everything fractalized into the universe from. And then we already talked about how you can change the frequency and you get different geometry, and this will ultimately phase shift through all of our different platonic solids. This is the stunning breakthrough confirming our entire model, and we're just going to whiz through this again because I gave you all this already. April 21st, 2018. The human brain can create geometric structures where they said it is as if the brain reacts to a stimulus by building and then tearing down a tower of multidimensional blocks, starting with rods, then planks, then cubes, and then more complex geometries with 4D, 5D, etc. And again, the dimensions here, very confusingly, just represent the corners. So like a cube could be 6-dimensional, I guess, because it's got, or 8-dimensional because it's got 8 corners. The octahedron could be 6-dimensional because it has 6 corners, etc., etc. And this was the team leader, or one of the guys on the team, mathematician Ran Levy, and we showed you him before. And he said the progression of activity through the brain resembles a multidimensional sandcastle that materializes out of the sand and then disintegrates. And he said that these findings provide, they provide a tantalizing new picture of how the brain processes information, but the researchers point out it's not yet clear what makes these cliques and cavities form in their highly specific ways. So again, real quick, if you didn't remember this, groups of neurons work as a bundle, and then there will be another bundle over here, there will be another bundle over here, etc., etc. And when you play connect the dots between those bundles, you get sacred geometry. And this is how thoughts are actually appearing in the brain with millions of geometries in even the smallest speck of brain tissue, and larger scale ones that occur as well. So this is really, really amazing because we have life being created by geometry, we have superclusters of galaxies, we have the basic molecular language of nucleotides, amino acids, protein synthesis, all being geometric in nature. We have the original seed of the universe being a photon, as it says in the law of one. And now these guys discover that there is a shape that looks just like a photon, as we've captured it on the quantum level. And that photon is actually the source of all space and time in the universe. What if you could just tap into that photon? What if you could access it through meditation? That's what we're telling you, folks. That's Ascension. Because your soul doesn't require a body. And that's the near-death experience. That's the teaching that Dannion brought us. He was the real pioneer of the NDE. Well, when we're seeing these geometric patterns appearing in the brain, guess what? You don't need the brain. The near-death experience shows that cognitive process works just as well without the brain. The brain is clinically dead. The body is clinically dead. No heart rate, no breathing, and no brainwave activity. That's clinical death, those 3 criteria. But you actually have something else that's still thinking just like you. It's your identity, but it's not in your body. Your body can drop, it can die. You go on and you're fine. So this is the secret. This is how we hack the system, and we understand, okay, the soul is thinking in a series of geometric frequencies, which really is just sound frequencies. It's just vibration. Your thoughts, the cognitive thoughts that you're having right now as you listen to me, are really nothing more than vibration. How much are you validating? How much have you been doing that exercise? Have you been validating your reality? Have you been asking yourself, am I dreaming right now? I want you to do this right now. I want you to actually ask, am I watching David Wilcock on my computer? Is this real, or am I dreaming that I'm watching David Wilcock on my computer? Okay? Now, what do I want you to do? I want you to validate your area. So let's look at something. Look at it, see if it's solid, and then look back at me, okay? And then I want you to look at it again. Is it the same? Okay, well then that means it's not a dream. This is real, and this is your class, and I'm doing it for you. So keep doing that exercise, because ultimately what this tells us is that reality is a lucid dream. The photon is the only thing that really exists. There's this one photon that they call the amplituhedron, and it's all a projection of that one thing, which is consciousness. So that becomes very cool when we're getting into Ascension and into who and what we really are, that all the science is there to support this mystical perspective. Why wouldn't you want to be meditating if consciousness is the source of reality, and if you're here to learn lessons and to grow spiritually? I don't know about you, I don't want to keep getting stuck in the illusion, coming back as a human being and having to learn the same lessons and get betrayed and get injured and have vomiting and diarrhea and poison ivy and all this horrible stuff that can happen to you. I've had like 30 cases of poison ivy, and it's just horrible. So anyway, this all was totally anticipated in the Law of One model, as we said. And again, just to get through the rest of this really quick once more, this is their pattern of the neuron bundles. You can actually see a hypothetical bundle of these neurons down at B3, and then how they connect, which you can't see it in a flat diagram. You have to look at it three-dimensionally to see the geometry, because this is all happening in three-dimensional space. But then when they show you the geometric patterns of what they're looking at, like for example, look at those two shapes in the middle on the right-hand side, and you'll see those are a lot more complex, but they're not even thinking in terms of larger geometric solids per se. They're just trying to visualize it as a 2D diagram. But they do have the tetrahedrons right here, very clearly. And notice they're saying there's 729 configurations of 1, 64 configurations under A2, and then 40 and 24 under A3. So this tetrahedron is very busy. And then there you see under A, they're showing you, yep, we found the octahedron as well. And then this is the one that's so amazing, where they're actually doing a computer modeling of what these geometries look like as a person is having real thoughts in their brain. And it's this whole crazy cluster of geometry. And they said, again, there's tens of millions of these objects, even in a small speck of your brain, up through 7 dimensions. So when we consider the implications that your thoughts create geometry, this is very, very cool, because it gets into the idea of ascension. If you can make geometry like this with your mind, if your brain is basically catching the geometry of your thoughts as they naturally occur, then your thoughts can naturally make geometry. And if you concentrate enough, and if you have enough focus, you can make that geometry materialize in physical reality, and now you're creating matter. So the Law of One gives us some very cool exercises. They really like concentrative meditation. And they specifically advise that you could do things like meditate on a circle or a triangle, or even if you're a Christian, on the cross symbol. Let's just take any of those three, the circle, the triangle, or the cross symbol. You hold it in your mind and you try to keep visualizing a circle no matter what happens, no matter how far you start to pass out, fall asleep, go into different states of consciousness, start to have a lucid dream. As you're doing the meditation, you might even fall asleep, but you still want to try to hold on to the image of that circle. And if you can do this, and you start to be able to do it consistently, then you will be able to create, ultimately, things out of thin air with your mind. This is the secret to ascension. If you understand how this geometry works, you could create gravity for yourself, you could make yourself heavier, you could make yourself lighter, you could fly, you could even manifest objects out of thin air. And as I said, the ancient alchemists would apparently take clay and then turn it into an actual living being with their minds. That's the power of the mind, is to actually be able to create life. In the Dr. Michael Newton books, Dr. Michael Newton wrote Journey of Souls, Destiny of Souls. He's got some very, very cool stuff in there where he is going into people's in-between life state, or the afterlife as we usually call it. And he's finding out that a lot of people apparently do create new life forms in between lifetimes. They're actually designing the organisms that will appear on a given planet. So there's a great deal of co-creative design work that apparently goes into that. And people are doing that, and they can instantly create life that's actually real from their thoughts. So this shows what happens when the veiling is gone, that we are the creator and that we can create the whole universe. Remember, the Law of One says you can remanifest the entire universe. So you can create any type of life that you want with your thoughts. And if you're in that unencumbered state in between lifetimes, it will just immediately materialize as physical living things. So now, with all of the stuff that we've had in our quiver up until now, I want to take it to the earth, because the earth also is a life form, and the earth also behaves according to the same laws. So geometry is also critical to the secrets and the structures of the earth. And in order to go through this, what we're going to do is we're going to, believe it or not, look at pyramids and stone works and stone structures and standing stones, and they're called various things. They're called dolmens. A dolmen is a stone room, like it's an actual little cave that you can go into, and they're usually built by multiple stones, although sometimes a dolmen could be like one cave, really. But the dolmen is like an acoustic chamber, if you will. It's a resonance chamber for consciousness energy. The menhir, a menhir is a standing stone, a single stone. There's something in Ireland called cairns, C-A-I-R-N-S, which are these tall towers that look kind of like a church steeple, if you will. It's just a big, tall tower that has a church-like steeple roof on the top. And they're all made out of stone, and there's lots of those all over the place in Ireland, and they do have a function. We have Stonehenge, and Dannion was just telling me yesterday that there's something just like Stonehenge that we see. You said it was north of Sacsay-Woman, right? Oh, I guess I lost Dannion. Anyway, all of these different stone structures, they all interconnect through what are called ley lines. This was one of the fascinating discoveries that was made and had never been made public by this, until this man discovered it in the 20th century, Sir Alfred Watkins. And he has a disturbingly Freud-like Van Dyke type of beard. Take that for what you will. So it wasn't until the 1920s that he was looking at maps and looking at these ancient stone sites and churches, abbeys, and cathedrals, and found that they all started to line up in straight lines, and this really tripped him out, and so he called them ley lines. And what he found out was that sites from extremely different ages that were millennia apart, thousands of years apart, they were all in alignment with each other. This includes the Neolithic age, which is basically cavemen supposedly, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, and straight through into the Christian era of churches, abbeys, and cathedrals. He was actually going out there in the field with his camera, marking where things were, taking photographs, and confirming this seemingly crazy theory that nonetheless turned out to be true. This was the first major ley line that he discovered. This is southern England, and every single place here where you see a word is one of these ancient sites, and nobody ever expected to hear that they would all be on a straight line like this, but they totally are. So if you look at this one, for example, going down from the bottom left and then moving up to the top right, we have St. Michael's Mount, we have Jamoe, Old Kia, Truro, Rasuga Castle, Lostwithel, Roach Rock, the Hurlers, St. Michael's Brentor, Lidford, Yestor, Spinster's Rock, Crediton, Cadbury Castle, Wellington Monument, Holcombe Rogus, Corfe, Creech St. Michael, Bruvno Bridge, St. Michael's Trull, St. Michael's Authery, Glastonbury, you all know that one, Stoke St. Michael, Devil's Bed and Bolster, Oliver's Castle, Windmill Hill, and it goes on from there, and this is the top half of it, and you can see there's so many more going from the top right down: Hepton, Beckus, Ditchingham, Hoxney, Woolpit, Bury St. Edmunds, Strolangtoft, Kierling, Wandlebury Ring, Ickleton, Roystow, Luton, Wallods Bank, etc., etc. I mean, and Avebury, right? All this stuff, including Avebury, all these things. And so Stonehenge fits in with the pattern. This is totally amazing. And he found more than one ley line. And the ley lines don't just connect things in England, they actually extend around the world. So the really groundbreaking book that broke this out into mainstream consciousness was called The Old Straight Track. Now here's an interesting thing, folks. Why Are the churches, abbeys, and cathedrals also being built on these lines? If it's random, if the position of these buildings was random, then how in the world did they know to build it on these lines? And if they knew to build it on the lines, then why didn't they tell us? Why didn't they tell us? The only way that maybe they told us was when you go back to Da Vinci Code and he talks about Roslyn Chapel. And Roslyn, Rose Line, they talk about the Rose Line. But you notice they never really explain what that is except to try to say, well, the Rose Line is like the bloodline, it's the bloodline of the Holy Grail. But no. That's one level of it, but the Rose Line, the lines are these energy power spots. There's a reason why everybody wants to build these stone structures on ley lines, as Sir Alfred Watkins called them, because the ley line has spiritual power. And the big secret is that if you build a pyramid, the pyramid actually captures energy and feeds you energy. And you've seen this if you've looked at my full body of work, like on Wisdom Teachings, a show I had on Gaia. What you'll see there is, and in other lectures I've done as well, that pyramids were built in Russia in the 1990s, and some of them were up to 144 feet tall. They were built out of very cheap materials like PVC pipe and fiberglass for the walls. So you have PVC pipe for the structure and then fiberglass sheets to make the walls. The tallest of these was 144 feet tall, and they did all kinds of experiments in them, and very strange things were happening. By simply building a pyramid, and you don't do anything else, you're not making anything else, you're not doing anything else, you're just building a pyramid, the weirdest stuff starts to happen. In terms of the Earth's behavior, they found that storms would bend around this circular field that would be created around the pyramid that's much wider than the pyramid itself. There's some kind of energy zone around the pyramid, and the storms just kind of bend around it, or they dissipate and they break apart if they try to go through it. The storms don't stay consistent. They found that earthquake activity was reduced where a pyramid was built. Somehow, the pyramid is reducing the stress on the earth. And that's very fascinating. They also found that pyramids purify water, that if you build a pyramid over an aquifer that is contaminated, they actually did this in Chernobyl. They had a radioactive well because it had been so contaminated. They built a pyramid over the well, and the water that came out was no longer radioactive within a short time after the pyramid was built, and the radioactivity never came back. It became healthy to drink. That's amazing. Then they also found that it works for oil wells. So you can build a pyramid over a sludgy, non-productive oil well, and all of a sudden the oil now is coming out cleanly. You can pump it out, and it has less of the problems that oil would normally have that you have to get rid of, which includes things like gums, wax, and bitumen. So you get clean oil. And then those are only still just the material effects, like, you know, the reduction of severe weather, the reduction of earthquake activity, the cleansing of water, the cleansing of oil. And that's all, again, because it's creating a vibration. The word pyramid means pyramid, fire in the middle. Fire, amid, middle, pyramid, pyramid. So the idea is that the pyramid actually does have an energy that it's concentrating in the middle. Now, how does it do that? This is an important discussion, and it's one of the things in my wheelhouse that I've done many times before. You want to look at the pyramid as if it's a funnel, even though it's upside down. Imagine that the earth has energy that's coming out. Imagine that gravity is actually a two-way flow, and this is one of the biggest things that I've identified. It's another one of these secret science things, is that gravity is a tug of war between a force pushing us down and a force pushing back up. And the really cool part is that if the force pushing us down was alone and didn't have the force pushing us back up counteracting it, then the force would literally crush us into a puddle. You just flatten right down. There'd be nothing left of you. So the force going down and the force coming up are almost exactly the same, And it's just that the force coming down is only very slightly more than the force going up. So if there's a way that you can lens or screen that force going down, if you can make that force going down not identify with all the atoms, and there are ways to do that, then all you have left is the force that pushes you up, and you will get natural buoyancy and you will rise. So gravity is easier to kick than we think because we don't realize it's two forces pushing against each other. If you can shave off a little bit of the one pushing you down, then the one pushing you up starts to win and you will rise, just because that's what the Earth wants to do. Okay? So that force that's pushing you up can also be captured by the pyramid. So if you look at the pyramid like a funnel, okay, imagine that water is going through the funnel and it's spinning like this. And that as it goes towards the bottom of the funnel, or the top of the pyramid in this case, that it reaches a fine point and it's whirling around inside. Well, the energy of the universe does very much appear to be fluid-like. This is why the geometry is forming, because the geometry forms in a fluid-like medium, just like we see in the droplet of water and the geometry that forms in the drop of water, right? We already showed you that. We already showed you how you take particles of sand, put them in a drop of water, spin the sucker around, and what you're going to end up getting is sacred geometry, just by vibration. It's really amazing because the forces actually force those sand particles to only arrange in the shape of geometry. They won't do anything else. Now we've looked at the nucleus of the atom. The electron clouds of the atom have this amazing structure to them that he said looks like a quantum Coxeter complex. The dodecahedrons, the L15 configuration, as we were just saying. You've got superclusters of galaxies that are all geometric, and then you've got the basic molecular language of DNA and the genetic code, all geometric. Look, these things are going to become established facts, and it's both humbling and frustrating to have seen the unified field theory, to see the answer, and to just realize there is no way that I would be able to get this out through the conventional scientific channels. I can't do it through writing peer-reviewed papers because the peers won't review it. They won't accept it. It's too advanced. The maverick scientists always have to go against the grain, and then later on, after they're dead, oh, now everybody accepts it because all the skeptics died off and it becomes common knowledge. So this whole unified geometric model that I'm telling you, this is the way it works. It is going to become common knowledge, and there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do with it, which includes the idea that the basic energy of the universe is alive. The basic energy of the universe is feeding your cells, it's feeding your consciousness, and it's helping you. So, when you have this pyramid and it's capturing its basic structure, the shape of the pyramid itself, every atom that makes that pyramid is taking in this energy, shooting it through the nucleus, and spitting it back out. So when you're looking at the atomic nucleus having geometry and the electron clouds having geometry, that's because of a resonance pattern. In order for the atom to exist at all, it has to have energy going into it to feed that resonance, and then it has to spit energy back out. That's what the Earth is doing. So the Earth is, the Earth's gravity is feeding all the atoms in the Earth. So now I want you to envision this. I want you to envision that the Earth is alive, that energy is flowing into the Earth, this fluid-like invisible energy is flowing into the Earth. As it flows into the Earth, it's pushing you down, so that's gravity, right? It's pushing you down as it flows into the Earth, and that's what the Earth needs to create the Earth. It's flowing in to create the Earth, it's flowing back out. The force that flows back out is pushing against the force flowing in, and the difference is almost exactly the same, but there's a little bit more pushing you down. So now I want you to see if you can follow me through all this, and I understand this is a little complicated, so I'm sorry if the sacred science part is not your favorite thing, but there's so many hours in this class. Plus we've already done like over 50 hours between the YouTube videos and what we're doing here. So we're on a roll, big time. Because 50 hours is like a whole year of 2 shows a week that are half an hour each, if you think about it. Because there's 52 weeks in a year. 52 hours is 2 half-hour shows a week. So this is like literally a whole year of stuff that I've been doing. If I had 2 shows on a network, let's say, half-hour shows a week. All right, So see if you can stick with me on this, because this is complicated, but I hope you'll be able to appreciate this. The Earth needs to have energy to exist. So the Earth is sitting here in space. Energy is flowing in from all directions to make the Earth exist, to sustain the Earth's existence, and that's the source of gravity. That also means that each individual object, like for example my phone here, my phone on some level, apart from the electromagnetic energy that is going to be flowing through it to keep it on Wi-Fi, there's actual gravitational energy, as you could think of it, that makes the atoms in this phone. So every object is going to have resonance patterns depending upon its shape. So this phone doesn't really have the right shape to create any type of pyramid effect, but if you build a small pyramid, if you build a little pyramid, they were doing this in the 1970s, selling these cardboard pyramid kits, people were actually sharpening razor blades with these pyramids. It was doing something to the atoms along the edge of a razor blade, making them sharper, which is really, really cool. So when you look at this and you think about what I'm saying, think about the fact that a pyramid is just a mass of stones, and all of those stones need to have this fluid-like energy flowing into them to make them exist. Now I want you to imagine that when you put those stones together in the pyramid shape, it does actually behave not like individual stone blocks, it behaves like one big mass. So the pyramid itself is going to have one big flow of current that goes through the whole thing, the current that makes it exist. So again, using the funnel analogy and having the pyramid upside down like this, imagine that the water is flowing in through the top, swirling around inside, and then swirling out the bottom. But then when you turn that upside down, okay, let's see if I get that to look right. When you turn it upside down, it's coming up this way, right? So that's the fire in the middle. That's the pyramid, the pyramid. So it's capturing this energy. It's creating more of it in a short area. There's more rotation. There's more concentration. And when you do that, what you're actually getting is all these cool things that pyramids can do. And a lot of it has to do with biological life. So for example, there's more life force when you get that spinning going, when you get a spin field going in the gravitational field. This gravitational spin, we don't really even have tools that can measure it right now, because if we did, we would understand what the Russians call torsion fields. And there's plenty of research on that, it's just that nobody in the West ever talks about it, right? So when you capture that spin, when you get it into a small area, like by building a pyramid, cool stuff starts to happen. So what they do is they take, for example, water, ordinary water. They started with a glucose solution and they switch it to water. Ordinary water, put it inside the pyramid, store it there for a couple weeks, and then give it to these premature babies that would have died from childbirth or shortly thereafter, and every one of these kids would normally die, okay? So they got nothing to lose. They give some of the babies the water from the pyramid, only 1 milliliter, little tiny dropper full, okay? And that alone saved every baby's life that was born prematurely. Every single baby that was given pyramid water survived. Every one. How freaking weird is that? That was one of the Russian studies done by an obstetrics gynecology institute. Then they had all kinds of other stuff. They found that they could get rid of every disease, diabetes, cancer. They could greatly reduce the appearance of cancerous tumors by giving, one mouse the same injection of carcinogens and then the other mouse, and the only difference is that you take mouse number 2 and put him in the pyramid. And he doesn't have hardly any cancer at all. The other mouse gets the normal cancer and dies. Every type of disease that we have, and another thing that was interesting was mental illness. They found that mental illnesses were greatly reduced. Even the effects of LSD and psychotropic medications were greatly reduced, if not eliminated. They actually built jail cells out of marble that had been, I know, right, a marble jail cell. Like, wow, how freaking posh is that for a jail? But apparently in Russia, you get a marble jail cell. So they took some of these pieces of marble and they stored them in the pyramid, and then they got impregnated with this energy. The crystalline structure of the marble picked up this structure. And then all the prisoners that were in the cells made from marble stored in the pyramid, they all got better. They didn't have any behavioral problems anymore. They weren't trying to fight and kill each other anymore. They became nicer people. They became easier to get along with just from pyramid energy. Pyramid energy also makes seeds go 400% more productive in their growth cycles. That's a huge amount that could totally change the way we feed the planet. If your seeds now grow 400% bigger plants, that's all you have to do is put them in the pyramid first. So there's these incredible, incredible health benefits, as well as the benefits for the earth, the benefits for oil, the benefits for water, lack of earthquakes, lack of storms. So the pyramid is an incredible, incredible technology. But we still know very little about it. We don't know how they were made. We don't know where they came from. And now we have this very strange discovery from Sir Alfred Watkins that large numbers of these different objects that were built out of stone and then thereafter, like churches and abbeys and cathedrals, they're built on these straight lines. And nobody told us this. This was a classified ancient secret that obviously the Romans knew, because they're the ones building this stuff with masons, Freemasons, right? The Freemasons could go into a town and build a church and get all the secrets of the town because, you know, they're the new guys. And so the town normally doesn't have anybody come in from the outside. They're very closed. You know, everybody knows everybody. So they could go in there and get people working and hear what they have to say and gain a lot of intel that way. So what in the world is going on with these lines? Like, okay, I get it. I can get what you're saying, David, with the pyramid, right? And let me also be clear on this, just so there's no confusion, right? I talked about a pyramid, and if you look at the Great Pyramid, there's a chamber inside. But then I also mentioned other types of things that the ancients were making, like Stonehenge. Well, Stonehenge in the middle is a pretty interesting situation because in the 1970s, as I talk about in more than one of my books, lightning struck the stones on Stonehenge while there were hippies tenting in the stones. A farmer had actually gone and gotten the police because he was the man who owned the land that Stonehenge was built on, and the policeman came, and that farmer and the policeman were walking towards Stonehenge at night with the hippies in the middle when a lightning bolt struck one of the stones. This blue light starts to form in the middle of Stonehenge. This visible blue light actually started to form, and it grew wider and wider until it encompassed the whole width of all the stone rings, and it got very bright white, and the hippies at the same time were screaming as this is happening. They don't know what the hell's going on. It's scary as hell. Then when the light went away, everybody's gone. They portaled out. They went somewhere else. They went to some other reality. And they didn't come back. They were lost forever. And I've gone through that story and I've traced the names of these people and where they went. They all disappeared. The only thing that was left was the tent pegs at the bottom, and they had been cleaned off, cut off, like some kind of laser cut them off, and there was smoke coming off of the tips. They were smoldering at the tips. That's all there was. Everything else was gone. So that shows you the power that these stone structures might have had. Now, is that normally going to happen? No. Is a typical lightning strike on Stonehenge going to do this? No. But it happens when the alignments are right, when there's certain alignments in our solar system between the planets. Somebody was asking about astrology in the class on Wednesday. This is a big part of that. Certain alignments, certain things will allow places on Earth to become portals, where space and time blend together and you can travel through a natural wormhole and go somewhere else. So that is what appears to have happened in the case of Stonehenge getting struck by lightning and the hippies disappeared. This is an example of the activation of the portal, the activation of Stonehenge as a portal. And if that works, then it's very likely that it also worked at Avebury. It also worked at Carnac, which is in the northern-western province of Brittany in France. That's one of the ones I'd love to go see at some point because there's so many of them. There's over 1,000 standing stones there. But even one standing stone, even one cairn in Ireland, one menhir, one single vertical stone is going to lens this energy in. It's going to improve everybody's health. It's going to the water is going to be cleaner. When they built these pyramids, they found that the rains came back in areas that were dry, so it transforms deserts. They started to have all these plants growing. They started to have extinct versions of plants that would reappear. In some cases after millions of years, like extinct versions of ferns started growing. Very, very strange. All of these things, you know, the beneficial effect on life, that all you have to do is drink the water. And these premature babies are not dying anymore, that people aren't acting crazy anymore, there's no violence, there's no crime. All this stuff is happening from this pyramid, or from a stone circle, or from a menhir, or a dolmen. A dolmen, again, is a stone room. It's this stone room that you can go into and meditate in there. And so the stone room is actually a resonating chamber that captures this energy and swirls it around inside. And there's some really cool dolmens that you can find in England. There's some you can find in Ireland, and there's actually some even here in the US. People don't usually know about this, but there are certain places where these dolmens have been made in America. They exist all over the planet. And I have that in some of my other shows. I didn't put it in this one today. So we're still looking at this basic idea that some ancient culture knew that you could get more health if you took more of this swirling gravitational energy that we don't even know how to measure right now in the West. The Russians totally do with the torsion field science, but you take this energy, this swirling gravitational energy, you put it all together, you put it in one place in a pyramid or in a standing stone or whatever, and everybody gets healthier and everybody gets better. And then there's this strange thing with Stonehenge where it might even lead to a portal effect. Well, why would they all be built on straight lines? Is it possible that on the line there's more of this energy? Maybe there's a lot more. So if you're going to build a pyramid, you might want to build it on the line because there's a lot more of this swirling energy that's going to improve your health, improve vitality, possibly be the key to the portal travel from Stonehenge, all this stuff. So now we got to figure out, okay, why in the world are they building everything on these straight lines? What are the straight lines and where do they come from? So now we're going to go back to the slides. Of course, this was Alfred Watkins' classic book that put ley lines into collective consciousness called The Old Straight Track. And he is showing you a picture of one of these mounds that was on the line and how all the trees were allowed to grow around it, but then the farmer cut everything else down for his crops. So where do these ley lines come from? The answer is going to take a little bit of a sidetrack at first, but not very much. This is quite fascinating. One of my favorite things that I ever have discovered and talked about. The work of Ivan T. Sanderson, a classic UFO and paranormal researcher who really strove to do it as scientifically as possible. And he studied this thing. You've probably seen me talk about this before. If you haven't, this is going to really surprise you. He called them vile vortices, where he was investigating a massive number of disappearances of ships on the sea and planes in the air. So, in case you don't know this, when you go through, and you've heard of the Bermuda Triangle, it's not just that one area, which is, Puerto Rico and the Bahamas and Miami, okay? There's other places on Earth where things like that have happened. For example, there's one south of Japan called the Devil's Triangle. All right, so what you may not be aware of, though, is that there are thousands of these things that have happened that are very strange. And if we had an honest world and honest scientific inquiry, this should be one of the things that everybody is concerned with. Why are there ships, gigantic ships that are sailing through the sea with lots of passengers, lots of cargo, and they just frickin' disappear? One of the biggest ones was called the USS Marine Sulphur Queen. And this is a huge ship. And it's just sailing along, and it frickin' goes away. And there's no flotsam, which normally would happen if a ship sinks. Some of it floats, and that's left behind this trail of debris called flotsam, and you can see that. There's going to be little boxes floating and little, life preservers floating and all that kind of stuff. You get nothing. You get no oil slick, no sign of anything at all, no flotsam, and there's nothing on the seafloor. They've scanned the whole floor of the sea. They've looked for these ships over and over again. They don't find them, and there's not one of these, there's thousands of these. And then, when we get into the modern era of airplanes, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases of planes that are literally flying through the air, and everything's fine, and they're in contact with the tower. Maybe they're getting ready to land, or whatever the heck, you know, they're coming into Miami, and they just frickin' disappear. And there's no flotsam, and there's no oil slick, and there's no plane wreckage on the sea floor. The plane is frickin' gone. And they did allow the cabal, or whatever you want to call it, the deep state, they did allow some discussion of the Bermuda Triangle to go out there into mainstream consciousness, and that was because Charles Berlitz wrote a book on one of the spots that Ivan Sanderson investigated. So here's the really cool thing. Ivan Sanderson did an unbelievably exhaustive scientific study where he goes back to archives, like archives of the US Navy, archives of the Coast Guard, archives of marine records from around the world. He's digging up every example of a vanished ship that he could possibly find, of which there are hundreds and hundreds of these. It's a very difficult research to do because you got to go in there and find this data and find all the times that things disappeared. And then every time something disappeared, he had a little push pin and he put a little piece of paper on it that the paper said what that event was, okay, what the name of the ship was that disappeared. Every single time there was a ship that disappeared, he takes a push pin and he sticks it into his map. Now, you would expect that if there was no natural force involved, that the disappearances would be totally random and they would be equally spaced all throughout the map of the Earth. That's not what happens. And if you think, oh, well, it's the Bermuda Triangle, no, no, no. That's one of them, but there's other spots that do this. This is the totally mind-blowingly fascinating thing. You got to respect years worth of research went into this, years worth of time spent going through records from the Navy, records from the Coast Guard, records from the navies and Coast Guards of other countries, every piece of data he could find on airplanes, every airplane that vanished, where did it vanish, when did it vanish, and then all of that created a positional data, okay? It's a huge study that I don't know if anybody's ever replicated it, but he definitely did it. And what he found was originally 10 and then finally 12 locations. Now, he didn't see disappearances on the North Pole and the South Pole. Those are two of the locations. There was 10 basic spots that he found first where all of his pins were showing up. And that's crazy. So let's just stop there for a second. It's crazy enough by itself that there are certain points on the surface of the Earth where all these planes and ships disappear. And it doesn't happen all the time. It's random. But it's only random if we don't understand the mechanism. In other words, think about this. Let's say that there are certain times where there's a bunch of, like there's certain flaps, okay? Like for example, the Japanese, when they were investigating Devil's Triangle, they lose one pilot, they send in 5 more, then they lost those 5 planes as well, then they send another one, they lose him. So what if there's certain positions in the solar system between the planets, and what if there's something inside the Earth as well, and it's only when you're in the right alignment that those disappearances occur? That could explain why the lightning struck Stonehenge, as I said, in the 1970s, the farmer and the policeman walking towards it, seeing the hippies inside, the light glows bright, it becomes blindingly white light throughout the whole width of the Stonehenge, and then it disappears. The kids were screaming up until then the screaming stops, and all they found was these tent pegs that had been shaved off like by a laser, and there was smoldering smoke coming off of them. So that suggests that there's a portal effect that Stonehenge was built to harness. When we look at these things like Bermuda Triangle, that's the natural version. That's the version that just happens on its own without the building of a stone structure, right? So this is really cool because now it's crazy to even think about the idea that there could be 10 or 12 locations in the world where you're more apt to have all of these vanishings take place. That is so exciting. What possible science could advance humankind's interests more than figuring out why this is happening, what is happening, and how can we do this ourselves? How could we ultimately use this as a technological tool to create portal travel, to get stargates going? Well, apparently we already can do this, it's just classified. So you have these 12 spots where ships on the sea and planes in the air are disappearing, 12 spots around the world. Now here's the next mind-blowing thing to look at, folks. The locations were all equally spaced from one another, equidistant, meaning that you have one spot and that spot is fine, and then you have another spot and the spots closest to that one are equidistant from it, and then the spots closest to that one are equidistant from it, and the spots closest to that one are equidistant from it. I mean, that's nuts. That's literally crazy. How could they all be equidistant if this doesn't mean anything? And then when you play connect the dots, here, drum roll please, when you play connect the dots, you get the sacred geometry of the icosahedron. That's the big secret. These 12 spots form a geometry over the surface of the Earth. And now you should be really getting excited and seeing how things click. So the Bermuda Triangle, again, is the biggest one, and it's between Miami, Bermuda, and San Juan, Puerto Rico. So you can see that right there. And there's a whole bunch of ships that have disappeared, and they have routed all of the international flights around this area. No big passenger jets go through this area. They come in from the top or down from the bottom or off from the other side, but they do not go through this area. You still have regular numbers of guys and girls flying like Piper Cub planes, for example, and little Cessnas and stuff like that, and they're still losing those all the time. And they just don't report on this, but there's a guy named Jan Quasar who wrote a book called The Bermuda Triangle, where he talks about how right straight through till the time he wrote the book, there's still lots of these little planes that are getting lost in the Bermuda Triangle. So this is not something that, oh, it went away in the 70s. No. They've rerouted all the flights around the world so that they don't go through these. So this is the amazing thing that happened with Ivan Sanderson's pushpins, as he put all the pushpins in the map from thousands and thousands of disappearances of marine ships and airplanes. Every time that you see one of these triangles, which again, they're not really triangles, so this is just like a hypothetical diagram, but nonetheless, the triangles are where the vortexes occur, and they will do everything they can to not fly planes over or through these areas. They fly around them, but not directly through them, because, you know, it's bad for business if your whole plane disappears and everybody loses their family. So they don't like that. So these are the 10 basic vile vortices that he originally discovered, and then it was actually, I think it was the Russians or it was friends of his or something. I forget the story now. It's in my books. But anyway, somebody figured out, and it might have been Sanderson, but somebody figured out, hey, I can add the North Pole and the South Pole, and now I get this shape called the icosahedron. Well, hold on. That's very exciting, because what have we been doing this whole time? We've been talking about that the icosahedron shows up in the most unlikely places. It's the original photon, the Merkaba, that the whole universe is made from. There's no space, there's no time. It's all a holographic projection. We talked about superclusters of galaxies in the shape of octahedrons, that it's a whole egg carton matrix, as they call it. We talked about the genetic code. We talked about the dodecahedron that holds DNA together, where the DNA doesn't even exist anymore, but the light still stays there for 30 days in the shape of DNA. We talked about the genetic code and how there's this little nucleotide tetrahedron that's spinning around inside, printing out proteins inside the dodecahedron. Based on those alignments, that's what it's doing. It goes on and on and on. And this sacred geometry is all over the place in the atomic nucleus. The icosahedron, again, was the iron atom. And I talked about how that nucleus can move around because of its shape, so you can stroke it with a magnet and get magnetized iron, because you're moving the nuclei. You're getting them all aligned north to south because they can roll inside the atom. Whereas other nuclei that are not as perfectly round as the icosahedron, they wouldn't be able to roll like that. So that explained magnetism, which nobody else has ever been able to do. But once we really understand what the atom is, magnetism makes sense. So here's the same thing that makes magnetic iron showing up as these 12 points on the surface of the Earth where ships and planes are disappearing. So now what we're getting to is the geometry is multi-dimensional, okay? This is so important. The whole universe is built to be multi-dimensional. The whole universe is built to allow you to travel through dimensions, to travel between dimensions, to use higher dimensions to travel from point A to point B without having to physically go through space. The same laws that make the amplituhedron, that make the original photon the whole universe is made from, we're now seeing that these laws are centrally involved in portal and wormhole travel, stargates, multidimensionality, dematerialization. The plane is flying through the air and then it's gone. And nobody knows where the heck it went, or at least nobody in the open world. And there's so many thousands of these disappearances. This is the original Ivan Sanderson diagram that he made, which again is not that great. It's just like a felt tip marker on some kind of map of the Earth, but that's the kind of technology that he had available to him at the time. This was a low budget thing, but it doesn't change the fact that it's totally awesome. It doesn't change the fact that it's totally groundbreaking. And then here's the next big piece, and this is where the Russians came in. If you look at the icosahedron, you can take what's called its geometric dual. You can draw midpoints on it. You can, in this case, create points in the middle of each of the triangles on the icosahedron. I'm now looking at the left. Just put a dot in the middle of every face of every triangle, and then connect the dots between all those dots, and boom, you've got these dodecahedrons. Okay? It's really, really simple, and you can do this just with resonance. Change the frequency, you get a different geometry. The two are fundamentally intertwined. So these three Russians, Goncharov, Morozov, and Makarov, took these two different geometric patterns. They took the icosahedron that Ivan Sanderson found, and then they turned it inside out. And they said, okay, now instead of just the icosahedron, I'm going to make an icosadodeca grid. I'm going to take all the lines of the icosahedron, I'm going to turn it inside out, I'm going to take all the lines of the dodecahedron, and then I'm going to draw those lines over a map of the world. Okay? Which means I'm going to have a series of lines that are very discrete. You know exactly where they are because we know where the places are where all the ships and planes are disappearing, and this is a bigger geometric construct that you can make off of those 12 points. When you draw those lines on the Earth, something effing crazy happens, which is, get a load of this now, back to the slide, every single megalithic stone site on the surface of the Earth that they could find, every single one, of which they found 3,300, and there's probably much more than that. They all sat on one of the lines of this grid, and this was the map that they drew for their Russian scientific publication. This is the map that they drew showing you that grid, and there's been since better illustrations of it that go from there, but how frickin' crazy is that? That every single pyramid and every single standing stone and dolmen and stone circle like Stonehenge and these ancient cathedrals and pagodas and temples and all this stuff all over the world. Easter Island, the stone heads of Easter Island, Nan Madol in the Philippines, all of the pyramids in Mesoamerica, of which there's over 500, the mounds in North America, all the pyramids in Africa, all the weird stone structures that we see in China, that we see, there's even some in Australia, there's some in Russia, there's some all throughout Europe, North America, South America, you name it. It doesn't matter what the heck it is, they all appear somewhere on this grid. And then Sir Alfred Watkins is saying, hey, the Masons, the Roman Empire, continued to build churches, abbeys, and cathedrals on these same lines. They just didn't tell us. But they obviously knew what they were doing. And we talked about the pyramid technology, and we talked about how it builds itself into things and how cool that is. Anyway, I wanted to bring Dannion up here again real quick because he had some very interesting remarks that he was making during the break, and I want you all to hear them as well as what he was saying to me. So stand on the line here, that way you're in focus. All right, so what did you...
I think that when you start to really look at how you were describing the structure of the original proton, okay, and then how you're bringing that about, David, when people start to really realize that this reality is literally a matrix, and you're describing the basic geometrical construction of how it operates, I think that in itself is a remarkable breakthrough in consciousness. That people say, look, I have a chapter in my new book that says you never left heaven. And people have to understand you function completely outside of this dimension. You function totally and completely outside of it.
Right.
You put yourself here as a conscious element, not as a physical element. And in order to function here, there are certain layers of existence that have to be constructed. I learned this from being dead, going back and forth from this dimension to the next. So what David is really putting forth is a whole new way to look at how you participate in this dimensional reality. And I thought it was pretty remarkable because I have so enjoyed these last 4 weeks and listened to how you can get outside of all the other aspects of who or what you think you are and really focus on who you are and lessons. And I think that you who have taken the time to put your intellect, your mind, your heart, and focus into these programs really deserve to honor yourself, because there is so much information coming and so many things happening. And I'll tell you something, we have a great technical director, Kelly, and she's young. To me, she's like a little baby. But I watch
That's a low blow, Uncle Mama.
I watch a millennial. Steady focused and looking and working that switcher. Be utterly amazed at what she's seeing and hearing as how reality is really constructed, equal to how she always and has been taught that is constructed. And for me, that's really heartwarming.
And she just walked on without knowing anything about what my work was before, so this is all new.
So once again,
It's interesting to watch somebody going through this.
and I get to sit and watch this transformation. We are great, powerful, and mighty spiritual beings with dignity, direction, and purpose. The only thing that can
That's
ever
true.
go wrong is something can be allowed to affect your dignity. And everything that David talks about in the cabal and these ruling class people, they create ways to affect your dignity, and in turn it skews your direction and your purpose. So what these programs are about is bringing the fact of your dignity, that you see the matrix and the creativity that makes this world work, and how it comes into existence and how you participate in it, and that you have languaging that you can use to support your position. So many of us believe and feel things, but we don't have access to the language. And I will say, and thankfully, listening to David and listening to how he pieces together obscure scientist work gives me a sense of reinforcement and a sense of support in things that I believe. So I once again say, hey, look, everybody, I know it gets a little wild out there, and you keep trying to say, well, David, who cares about that part? But I didn't realize that I cared about it. And to realize that there is a geometrical construction, a series that we would identify as a frequency, that we have manifested into, even to the point of fooling ourselves into believing that it's real. It's not. Once you look at that, the ascension process flows faster. The access to the new birth of the Aquarian age, or the shift in dimensional reality, or the Mayan calendar. The moment you start thinking in the terms of what you're hearing, everybody, the more faster and more powerful that flow will flow through you. And the greater you're recognizing the hazards of what the cabal and all those interacting things are doing to stop you from seeing it. Remember, they know what you know. The shift is on. And they're doing everything they can to maintain control and keep you from achieving that goal.
That's true.
Well, do not let that happen. And remember, I always believed that there was reality and symmetry and truth, fairness, and justice. And I think that a lot of us want things to happen because we know and have seen injustice. But what I want to do is raise my consciousness to those levels that were foretold to me 44 years ago. And those times are now, everybody. So once again, pay attention to your breathing. Make sure that if you're listening, that you're paying to your breathing. I know I was not paying attention to mine because I was pretty damned amazed about when I was looking at how they had structured the inner movements of setting up the hedrons inside of each other. And when I was imagining unwrapping it and wrapping it back, I could see so many marvelous things that you will discover when you make your journey to the next dimension and what we call death. But remember this more than anything else. It's in our power to be aware and to know that I saw this and foretold it, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you something else. We win. We win. We don't buy it, everybody. We don't buy it. And we trust each other. We'll be caring and taking care of each other. So thanks for letting me come back on, David. And thank you, and thank you, everybody, for caring enough to know and understand to be the difference the divine force seeks for each of us to be. Nobody dies, and I love you and appreciate you, and I appreciate what Elizabeth's doing, and I appreciate more than anything else that you tuned in. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Danny. Yeah, that's worth a hug. I'll give you one for that. Ugh.
Well, that's 6 feet, everybody.
That's a socially non-distanced hug. So yes, it is very fascinating to look at a structure like the Earth and to realize that there does appear to be some intrinsic geometric structure behind where ships and planes disappear. And this wasn't even discovered in modern times until Ivan Sanderson put it all together on his map with a bunch of push pins, and then the Russians came in and they had to actually put in the opposite geometry, and only then did all the things work. So there's so many implications to this, of course, because there's some kind of natural law. And what I'm saying to you is, it's not like, okay, yeah, there's a series of portals on Earth that cause ships and planes to disappear, and by coincidence, with no actual relationship, you could draw an icosahedron between those points. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the icosahedron itself is real. The icosahedron itself is there as a force field. And that's why these pyramids and stone monuments are built at any of the points along this whole grid, because the whole grid exists. The whole grid is actually there, and I'm going to show you this more now as we go on. So the first question I want to ask, going back to the slide again, is, does this geometry allow the stone to levitate? So think about it. This is the shape of the pattern that these 3 Russian scientists, Goncharov, Morozov, and Makarov, were seeing. And I actually finally did find a photograph of the 3 of them. They're all, credentialed real scientists with real PhDs. This is not some backyard project. This is a very serious thing. And they're holding a map of the Earth that they had built that you can see has the geometry on it based on their design. Now, again, it's either right or wrong. You either find the 3,300 monuments on the grid or you don't, and we do. They all appear on the grid. So then the next question is, wait a minute. Stone is being manipulated in ways that we don't understand to build this grid. We're getting pyramids built with 100-ton blocks of stone. And the paradoxes of how this could be built are monumental, and this is all setting up my pyramid discussion that we should be able to do in the next class. Now you can see why I wanted to layer in some more things before I drill in on the pyramid in particular, because this is a very, very big discussion. So if all these stone monuments are being built on this grid, and the monuments require stone to levitate, and in some cases be transported vast distances, 600 miles, 1,000 miles. The blue stone, sarsen stones, and Stonehenge were brought in from far away. There's all these stones in other places, like in Egypt, that were brought in from far away. The stone, the particular porphyry or purple granite that they used for the King's Chamber and the Great Pyramid was actually brought from apparently Mount Horeb in the Israel type of area. So there's a whole very interesting philosophical discussion about that we'll get into, where that stone matches perfectly with the stone of Mount Horeb. And that seems to have been deliberate because, again, the Pyramid of Giza appears to be a prophecy of the coming Christ. So why wouldn't they use stones directly from the area of the Israeli Exodus? So there's all kinds of interesting stuff like that we're going to get into. But really, again, could these ley lines be the secret to anti-gravity? In other words, is there an anti-gravity technology that, whether we like it or not, it's going to work better when you're on the ley lines, or maybe it doesn't even work unless you're on the ley lines? In other words, what if you have to be on the ley lines to get this stone to levitate with the technology they're using? What if it doesn't even work? In other words, maybe the pyramids were built on the global grid by necessity, because they don't have a choice. If you're going to build a pyramid, you have to be able to levitate the stones. And if you want to levitate the stones, maybe you need the energy of the global grid to do it. So Goncharov, Morozov, Makarov figured this out, and they also were the first to show how this is very much aligned with the actual behavior of the continents. So one of the ways you can see this is right here. If you look at this image right here, you can see, for example, how the east coast of Africa hugs that line perfectly. Notice that there's a line that goes right along the east coast of Africa, and it goes right up the coast. The actual global grid line is perfectly in order with the actual shape of Africa. And then look at that. You look at the top of the triangle, and it goes right in the Himalayas there, in the middle of that big pentagon that's got all the arrows on it. And then you go down the other side, there's India, and India also hugs the edge of the triangle. So these are not coincidences, and there's many of these that you can actually see in this diagram, which was done by Becker and Huygens in 1983. The same year that the Law of One ended is when their great study came to an end, and they created this map. And this map is loaded with stuff. So I want you to look, for example, at South America. And if your screen is big enough, and I'm sorry if it's not, but look at South America and notice that the lines of South America, the shape of South America, perfectly fits in with the existing grid lines. You see that? You see how South America goes down in like an ice cream cone shape, and that the cone is all perfectly in alignment with those lines, just like we see with the western coast of Africa. And then also look in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and you'll see a line on the grid that moves through the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. I believe I have a slide that's going to show you this in just a minute. That is exactly where the Mid-Atlantic Ridge is, and that is a volcanic mountain range. So this is very cool because the actual grid that you're seeing here does show up as things like huge volcanic mountains that are the biggest volcanoes on Earth. They happen to be inside the ocean. There's so many things that the Earth is doing that perfectly fit in with this grid. We know that the lines actually determine migration patterns for birds and fish. They determine the wind currents. They determine the ocean currents. All kinds of stuff that this grid shows us. This grid is the underlying rotational behavior of the Earth. So even before I go any farther, I want to lay this one out for you. What do we know about the Earth? What do we know about the Earth in regards to the thickness of the crust of the continents? The continents are so thin that if you have a glass of water, okay, there's the surface of the water has a certain amount of resistance against your finger when you push on it. Let's do it over here. Actually do it over here. So there's a certain amount of resistance when my finger pushes on the surface of this water, and that's called surface tension. That's the actual tensile strength of the water. Believe it or not, the continents are thinner as per the whole width of the Earth than the surface tension on a glass of water. The thickness of that surface tension, the density of that surface tension is actually harder than the density of the continents. So we're literally on a big liquid ball. And that's a very, very interesting piece of information, because if the whole Earth is liquid, right, pretty much, except for the very core that might not be, and it's not even like the surface tension of the continent's thickness, and then, well, the Earth is rotating, right? So what happens when you rotate a liquid? Well, I'm asking for really dumb answers at this point. When you rotate a liquid, it spins. So inside the Earth, inside the mantle of the Earth, you're going to have rotating energy. Now, what happens when the rotation gets going? It's going to do the same thing that it does in the drop of water. It's going to create fluid dynamics. So the geometric patterns that you see inside Dr. Hans Jenny's drop of water that I showed you with the sand particles and those beautiful geometries I was showing you, all that is liquid, and the vibration in this case is the liquid going like this. So the vibration of the water, okay, is causing these geometric patterns to form, and perfect. And so then we have the rotation of the Earth, which creates its own type of vibration that's going to go to the center of the Earth and back out. As the Earth is rotating, the whole structure of the Earth rotates. It's all liquid. So you're going to get this wobbling, pulsating activity again. Therefore, simple fluid dynamics requires that the Earth would have the same geometric patterns inside the mantle as it rotates. It's logic, right? It has to be. So then what happens is you're going to get those same geometric patterns inside the Earth. Well, what is the mantle? Now it's not water. Now it's this crazy hot flaming lava, which is most of what's inside the Earth is this crazy molten lava, right? So if you have this global grid appearing as the rotation of the lava, then what happens when the lava rotates in one area? It's going to create a volcano. It's going to burst up through and create volcanoes. So the biggest mountain ranges, the mountains are pushing up from inside the lava. These are spin currents inside the Earth's mantle. That's what's causing this. It's going to be the same geometry. So that explains why the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, with all these mountain ranges that are volcanic, is literally precisely the same as where the grid lines are. And why the continents are structured where they are. It's because the Earth is floating on this liquid, the continents are floating on a liquid, and the liquid is going to have more heat and more rotation in certain areas. And when there's more rotation in those areas, it breaks up through the crust and it creates mountains and volcanoes. Now that doesn't explain at all why those same areas at the points would create portals. That's a whole extra level of multidimensionality that goes beyond the basic structural aspect of, wow, the Earth is floating on liquid, the continents are on liquid, the liquid is in rotation, the rotation creates geometry, the geometry pushes up into mountain ranges and volcanoes. Well, we also talked about how when anything is rotating in a larger area, that it creates these spin fields in gravity, and the spin fields in gravity are what the pyramid is harnessing. The pyramid harnesses those spin fields. So to understand the multidimensionality of how this spin thing is working, we have to go back to the particle physics that I was talking about in a previous class. I think it was week 3, where I mentioned the behavior of nanoballs as they hit a diffraction grating. And I was talking about carbon-60 molecules, these little nanoballs, right? 60 atoms of carbon. And yet, when they hit a wall, they turn into a wave. The whole sacred geometric structure turns into a wave, and then it turns back into a particle again. Do you remember what I said I believe the explanation is for that? And I also remember I talked about Kozarev's experiment where he drops a cannonball on a concrete basement floor and the ball gets lighter and then it starts to pop back in. What did I say? I said that all atoms are already having this internal rotational movement that's right on the brink of being light speed. And that if you can kick the atoms over light speed, which actually is possible just by bumping them, once they go over light speed, they portal into another reality. So all you have to do is spin those atoms a little bit more and they portal over into another reality. And now what's going to happen is that they will dematerialize from our physical reality and go into a parallel reality. And this is all the basics of the Larson physics that the law of one said is true. So when you go over light speed, you dematerialize. And remember, this is also the big secret of the Einstein physics that was discovered by Vladimir Ginzburg, where Ginzburg looks at the physics of Einstein saying as an object reaches light speed, it becomes infinitely massive, infinitely heavy, and it takes up the whole universe. So you can't travel past light speed. Well, that doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. You can flip the fraction upside down, and now as you go towards light speed, you lose mass. That's a mathematical proof of this. So what I'm saying is, and I think this is the best I've ever explained it actually, when you're looking at these 12 points on the grid where the Bermuda Triangle is and where the ships and planes are disappearing, what am I saying? I'm saying underneath the surface of the continents, when we get to the point, this is a prediction I'm going to make, when we get to the point that we have the science to actually look at this, when we can see the currents in the mantle, where are the mantle currents, how much is the mantle moving, how fast is it moving, where is it moving the fastest, it's going to look like the global grid. You're going to see the same shapes that you would see in the drop of water in the liquid of the mantle. And as the mantle is at these points, that's where it's rotating the most. Because all the particles if you're looking at the drop of water with the sand particles, right? The reason why you see the geometry is that that's where all the sand is going. And the corners are where there's the most sand because those are the thickest objects. So there's a lot of rotation. When you look at Dr. Hans Jenny's water experiments and you look at where the corners are, it's not like the sand is sitting still. That sand is really spinning around. It's just that the shape stays the same, but the individual sand particles are very much on the go. So with the Earth, you have the currents in the mantle spinning underneath the surface of the oceans and the continents, and we can't see that, but we see it break up through mountains and volcanoes, and then, because it's rotating, it's going to kick some atoms over the light speed boundary if the alignments in the solar system are right, and that's what causes planes and ships to disappear. It's the fact that it's rotating under the Earth in that area, and with the right alignment, it's got enough kick to actually kick the atoms over the light speed boundary, and they simply dematerialize. In the case of stone, what I believe is happening, and I'm going to show you some examples of this in a minute, is that rotational energy that's greater where the ley lines are is pushing on the stone so that it's easier to get it to levitate. It's easier to get the stone over the light speed boundary. If you can dematerialize enough of the stone, then it will be able to lift like a balloon by just pushing those atoms over the light speed boundary. That's how I think this is done. So you're going to see how this all unfolds, and it's amazingly beautiful. Look at this. So first of all, we should look at this pattern of this is the ultimate global grid. They called it the Unified Vector Geometry 120 Polyhedron, or UVG 120. For what, whatever. But here's the point. This is what it looks like when you start to wrap the Earth up a little more. And again, they found all the great ley lines, all the great stuff, all the Russian science work. So this is really what we should be looking at. You roll that up into a sphere, and boy, doesn't that look familiar. That's right, folks. The shape of the global grid is the same as L15 in the electron clouds. Isn't that frickin' crazy? That is so unbelievable because, again, it shows something that the quantum field is having a hard time with, which is unifying quantum physics with macroscopic physics. They don't know how to take the weird laws of quantum mechanics and make them apply to the collective macroscopic universe. But a big step was made in that direction by my colleague, Dr. Nassim Haramein, who actually won a physics prize in Belgium for discovering, through freshman year physics equations, bear with me because this is a little technical, but just hang in there. Nassim Haramein figured out that the physics of the black hole and the physics of the atom nucleus are the same. What does that mean? Well, think about it. The atomic nucleus is supposed to be held together by weak nuclear and strong nuclear force. Weak nuclear is what holds the electrons on, and strong nuclear is what's supposed to hold the nucleus together. But we don't really know what strong nuclear is. It's just an abstraction. Nassim was able to solve the whole atom for gravity by showing that the gravitational physics of the black hole and the gravitational physics of the nucleus are the same. So now you get rid of strong nuclear and weak nuclear. You don't need them. The atom is a gravitational vortex, just like a black hole. What does a black hole do? It portals into another reality. So what do atoms do? Every atom is a black hole ready to portal into another reality. That's the secret. We are made of multidimensional consciousness geometry. And that geometry is ready to go places. It's ready to phase into other dimensions. It doesn't just want to stay here. So now I think hopefully it's all starting to come together. So this is the geometry again. You're looking at it in the animated slide here, where there is this stunning equivalence between L15 in a basic atom, the basic L15 configuration, the electron clouds, and then there's more sacred geometry in the center, and the same exact behavior on the Earth in its ley lines, and which was discovered again by looking at the positions of things like ships and planes disappearing. So we're saying that this geometry creates spiraling currents in the magma, the liquid. I explained all that major volcanic ridges perfectly appear because it's intruding as it spins. And so this is, if you look at the world dodecahedron, which again is not the whole thing, but just the dodec part, and you can see the other part that's in the L15 electron cloud. There's the mid-Atlantic ridge, right where all those cross-hatched pencil lines are. That's exactly where the mid-Atlantic ridge is. And that's because the stuff is spinning around inside the Earth. And then it gets even more crazy because it turns out that another scientist named Dr. Athelstan Spilhaus independently discovered this geometry as well. And he is no slouch. He was working for NOAA, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Association, as a map cartographer. And so he went back and looked at our models of how the Earth, the continents grew apart. In the conventional view, they say, oh, well, there was this thing called Pangaea, and it was one continent surrounded by a big ocean, and then Pangaea, for whatever reason, decided that it wanted to break apart. They started fighting, they had a divorce, and they wanted to go their separate ways. They wanted to be socially distanced, right? Oh, they used to call that continental drift. Now it's called plate tectonics. I know all that, David. I know all that. What you may not know is that if you take all of the oceans away from the Earth, if you take the oceans out, and then you take the continents and you fit them together in the empty spaces where the oceans were, you can shrink the Earth down to 55% of its current size, and all of the continents fit perfectly together. You don't need any space left. So that means the Earth might, and this has basically been proven, by the way, Earth expansion theory. The Earth is expanding from within such that in the last 250,000 years, it's almost doubled in size, since the time of the big 250,000 years old death of the dinosaurs, of which there were others. There was another one 64,000 years ago, but there was 64 million years ago. But there was a big one 250 million years ago. The Earth was half of its current size back then, had no major oceans, only shallow epicontinental seas. And then what happens? The Earth starts expanding, and as it expands, the continents come farther and farther apart, and water is falling from the sky and filling up the cracks in between the continents to make the oceans. Now, this is what's so crazy. Dr. Athelstan Spilhaus actually showed that the Earth went through different geometric phases as the continents expanded. And I'm going to show you that. Check this out. So we know, for example, the initial geometry that the continents broke apart along was a tetrahedron. Wow. So it's hard to see, but this is Athelstan Spillhouse's original model of how the tetrahedron is there. So notice there's this one big line of the tetrahedron that goes from the top of the map to the bottom, right? Can you see that? There's one big line going through the middle, that one black line. And notice that you got North America and South America on the left, and you got Africa and the top part of Russia on the top. Okay, so the top coast of Russia, the east coast of North America, the east coast of South America, the west coast of Africa, it all breaks apart along a nice straight line, which happens to be one of the tetrahedron lines. And then notice that the other part of Africa also breaks up on the tetrahedron. But you know, there's gaps in there, and those gaps will disappear if you draw it correctly, which is with a smaller Earth. So this isn't quite an accurate diagram. Nobody's ever made the accurate diagram yet, but the Earth started out as a tetrahedron, and then as it expands, as it keeps growing with more energy, Athelstan Spillhouse showed it went through a cube octahedral phase. I've never been able to find the maps of that. So this is something that would take some digging. It was a 1976 paper. It's on government record from Dr. Athelstan Spillhouse. If you ever want to do something really cool and become my best friend, go find that paper, because I've never been able to get my hands on it. I would love to see the cube octahedral phase diagram. I think I found it somewhere, but we'd love to get our hands on the original Athelstan Spillhouse paper. If you have any connections to government archives or anything like that, and you could dig that up, please let us know, because we will definitely be using it. After the cube octahedral phase, now we are in an icosahedrodeca phase, and his diagram for this is quite beautiful. Now, what the hell did he do here? What he did here is he took one point in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, right in the middle, and then he widened that point out so that becomes the whole outside edge of the Pacific, as you're seeing here. So, again, all of the continents in the middle, and then the Pacific Ocean around the outside edge, which is that extra circle. Now, what are we actually looking at here? He's showing you a big form of the same icosahedrodeca grid that the Russians independently discovered. But remember, Dr. Athelstan Spillhouse did not know about the ships and planes disappearing along these exact same points that he drew. He had no idea. He discovered it through pure geometry of looking at where the biggest mountain ranges are on the surface and in the ocean. So check this out. Remember now, there's two big circles in this diagram. The outside circle is the invisible boundary of one point in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The inside circle is what we call the Ring of Fire. It's the Ring of Fire that's all around the Pacific. Now, that Ring of Fire, as you notice all these cross-hatched lines, that Ring of Fire can be re-envisioned as a geometric expression. And then I want you to look at all the places where the crosshatched lines are and notice how they all fit along these straight lines. And so, for example, we start from the top, at the top of Europe and Asia, and we have that line that goes down and a little bit to the left. There's mountain ranges all the way along. Notice how those two lines merge in the Atlantic Ocean next to South America, and that the mountain ranges are hugging that perfectly. Then notice as we go down to the bottom of Africa, the bottom of that pentagon that surrounds Africa, almost the entire pentagon is made of mountain ridges, as you can see with the lines. There's one on the bottom of Africa all the way across. There's another one that goes up along the east coast of Africa and passing India. And so look, everything is there. This is unbelievable, and this is not at all pseudoscience. Is there something I need to know? Anything? Okay. So this is not pseudoscience. This is absolutely real. And it's just unbelievable because this is not some skeptic that could debunk this. This is actually a major government scientist discovering this through pure geometry and map projections once again. So this is happening. All these places where the mountain ridges are, it's because the mantle is spinning with sacred geometry and it's breaking up through the crust but there's also this Bermuda Triangle effect that we get where it causes ships and planes to disappear. Isn't that cool? Okay, so this is one of the things that I was really hoping for Dannion to see. I'm not sure where he went, but he's around. Is there any evidence of a Bermuda Triangle effect on physical matter that we can actually measure? In other words, we know that ships and planes are disappearing, but once they're gone. We have nothing we can look at. Is there anything we can actually see? Can we catch this physics in process? Can we catch things actually dematerializing to prove that this science works this way? Because remember, if matter ever can dematerialize through energetic processes, even once, then that means it works, and this is a basic intrinsic part of reality. If we ever get dematerialization to work at all, then we know that it's possible, and we know that matter allows this to happen. So sure enough, I'm going to show you the effects of portal phenomena with dematerialization and matter blending. Now, in order to do this, we have to create rotation. We have to create big rotation in the world, in the macroscopic world. We have to rotate something in order to get those atoms to go over the light speed boundary. Well, how about a tornado? What is a tornado? A tornado is a huge rotating storm where, if you see this here, you have a funnel cloud that forms, and there's very, very high rotation, very fast rotation of a large amount of wind inside that funnel cloud. And believe it or not, if you haven't already heard about this, there's a whole number of unbelievably amazing tornado anomalies. Now, what am I talking about? A lot of them we don't have images for, but for example, there have been multiple cases where tornadoes went through and you had pieces of straw that were embedded into plate glass windows. And then the skeptics say, oh, well, the straw was moving along and it was moving so fast that it busted through the window and got stuck in the window. But wait a minute, there's no cracks, there's no breakage in the window. The straw is fused into the window. Whoa, we don't know. Okay, great. But there's so many of these things. And another example is cases where fire hydrants that are made out of solid iron and steel are totally embedded with pine cone needles. That the whole fire hydrant is embedded with pine cone needles all over the place, like it's covered in spikes. And then when you break those off, they appear to have been melded inside the fire hydrant. There was a case of a brick that shot through a house in a tornado, went in one side of the house and outside the other, and the holes that the brick traveled through are smaller than the brick, which only makes sense if the walls of the house became rubbery and they could stretch open and closed as the brick shot through the house. Well, the walls are not rubbery, they're made out of sheetrock. They're made out of materials that do not stretch like rubber normally. And there's all these crazy tornado anomalies. There's cases of cows in barns, and when the tornado goes through, some of the cow's body gets embedded in the barn and the cow dies from it. And so you find half of the cow's ass sitting on the other side of the barn outside, and the rest of the cow is inside the barn, chopped in half, and oh my God, it's disgusting. I kind of wish that farmers and people that were victims of tornadoes would take more pictures of this stuff, like straw and plate glass windows, but they tend not to because they're more worried about loss of property damage, all this stuff. But there's so many examples of this. Another example I remember from reading the books is a case where there was a chicken's egg and that there was a bean that got embedded inside the eggshell without cracking. It melded in with the eggshell. Unbelievable. So again, there's thousands and thousands of tornado anomalies where things like this blend, but then for many years I knew about these and I was desperately trying to find images that could show any of this. And maybe there's more now that have appeared, but these are some of the few that I was able to find. This is an example of a tornado coming through and a piece of straw getting embedded into a tree, which again, normally they would say, oh, well, it was firing like a bullet and it just shot through the wood. That could possibly happen, but that's really not what it is. It's that the tree itself has been partially dematerialized by the tornado and the straw just gets stuck in it until the tornado goes away. Here's another example of multiple images. This is from a Russian website, .ru. Multiple images of bark and wood that pieces of straw have gotten stuck in, and notice that on none of these are there any cracks or any signs of breakage. They just merge in. Now, I actually heard about this photograph for many years, and I didn't know where it was. Thankfully, when I finally found it, it was in a book called Freaks of the Storm. I guess the guy's name was Michael Cervini or something like that. And anyway, it's an official government photograph, which means as an American citizen, I have the right to use it without paying license fees. But this is an example of a tornado photo where one wooden plank literally merged in with another wooden plank that was still providing weight support and had not broken. You can see that a little bit of the surface of the wood broke off on the vertical plank. You can see that below where the other wood is, but basically, other than that one little thing where it probably wasn't quite dematerialized enough and some of it popped off, the rest of it, there's no cracks. The two wooden planks simply fused together. And then isn't that interesting? Well, here's another example that's even better that I had heard about and read about and spent years trying to find, finally found it in the same book, Freaks of the Storm, where a piece of wood pushed through a solid railroad bridge made out of metal. So this is really wild. On the left-hand side, you see the aftermath of the tornado. It was strong enough to pick up that railroad train and drop it on the ground. But then on the right, as you zoom in on the image, you see where the wooden plank went through the metal. And notice the metal isn't bent, the metal isn't cracked, there's no apparent damage to anything else except that the wooden plank is now stuck in the metal. And if you do something like this, then what happens is when you cut it open, the metal is merged with the wood. It's part wood and part metal at the same time. It's not like the wood pushes the metal away, they blend. And this is what one of the earliest insiders who I met, who we call Bruce, he called it blending. And he said there's lots of examples of this, and I don't have it in this particular slideshow, but great examples from the classic footage of the guy in Canada who was messing around with a bunch of high-intensity electromagnetic fields, and he got cannonballs to levitate, and he got cold melting of metal to occur, and he was able to push wood into metal and all this kind of stuff. And I'll think of his name in a minute here. I'm sure a lot of you guys already know it. You'll probably have it in your comments. I don't know why I'm not thinking of his name off the top of my head. But anyway, there's a lot of stuff on him when you go looking for that. But here's another one that's totally amazing that I think was done by the same exact technology being used now through some type of machine on demand. Sacsayhuaman, northern Peru, where the stones are literally pushed together like putty. Now notice there's a woman standing on that rock, and you cannot fit a credit card in there, in the cracks between these stones. You can't fit a human hair in there. The stone that she's leaning against has 9 different facets, 9 different angles, and these can go back as far as 8 feet. Now I want you to look at all these stones, look at how precisely they fit together. Nowhere is there any cement or mortar that's been used. The Spaniards, by the way, came in and thought that this was the work of the devil, and they started firing cannonballs at it, and they destroyed the whole top half. So what you're seeing, the other interesting thing is that these stones continue down about 20 feet below the surface of the ground, so this was not meant to be penetrated. But they also they originally went twice as high as what you see now. Those parts were made of smaller rocks, and all those smaller rocks were broken up by the cannonballs. But if you look, for example, on the stone that she's leaning against, and you look up at the top, you can see 2 of the most obvious cannonball holes in the rock where there's these circular dents in the rock. Now that doesn't mean that the cannonball did anything except to create an imprint of itself, but you can see where this was done. So believe it or not, the skeptical archaeologist's explanation for this is, oh, well, you know, they were conservationists and they wanted to save the stone. They didn't want to waste the rock, so they went to this gigantic trouble of carving these stones into these perfect positions where you can't even fit a credit card in the crack. First of all, nobody is able to do this in modern times. There's no explanation for this. Nobody's been able to replicate this. Why in the world would you want to worry about the stone and not waste stone? It would make more sense to chop the stones up into regular geometric intervals if you were going to cut them, like what we normally see with pyramids. Make a bunch of stones that are all the same size and fit them together. Why wouldn't you just do that? But if you had the ability to make these stones soft, if you could dematerialize most of the matter in the stone, and remember, Sacsayhuaman is on the global grid, it's in the right part of the earth to make this happen. If you could dematerialize the stone and then mush it together like putty, and then you turn the beam off and it hardens up again, that's what I think is happening. And what you need to realize here is that this Sacsayhuaman monument site goes on for miles and miles and miles. So here's two people walking along just a small part of it. There's 3 levels of walls. There's a gigantic amount of this stuff. It's unbelievable. And it's all just mushed together like that. Suggesting again that the stone started as regular stone and they make it as soft as clay, and you can scrape at it with your hands. You could shape it like a wet piece of clay. You can make it bob in the air like a balloon. You take all the gravity out. Now you can just push on it with your finger and it'll change shape. And then when it turns off and it's hardened, now you've mushed them together. You could get ordinary people to do this, set the stones up, mush them together, and then when they harden, everything's in the right position. And you can see 2 more cannonball holes on the left there. If you look at that, the big 3 stones in the middle that look kind of like a woman, and then immediately to the left of her, you see 2 more big cannonball holes there from when they were shooting at this stuff. Oh, because it must be the devil, right? Well, so here's another picture of it with all the different stone, and then you can see that they actually built it for people to be living in, and there's stairwells and there's doors, and then they also apparently have found elongated skull skeletons buried around this crazy monument that goes on for so long that also, again, goes deep below the ground. So what we're looking at here with the tornado physics is unbelievable. They even found really, really strange stuff like roosters that would get sucked into a jug, and you have to break the jug to free the rooster. The rooster can put his head out through the jug, but the rest of the rooster's body is inside the jug. Now, how the hell did that happen? I had to spend a while meditating on that one, but what I came up with is that the vacuum from the tornado sucked the air out of the jug. The rooster was in a dematerialized state where his whole body was like rubber, and then the tornado goes away, the rooster is still dematerialized, and his whole body's like rubber, and it sucked his whole body through the hole of the jug, and then he pops back into regular living reality, and now he's stuck inside the jug, and they have to break the jug to free the rooster. There's also some strange ones where, for example, the lug nuts on a car gave out and the wheels came off because the lug nuts got liquidized by the tornado, so you have the wheels come off of a car. All kinds of weird stuff that tornadoes do, and the Sacsayhuaman thing is very, very similar. So this is the proof, folks, that these energy fields do exist, that they probably were levitating those stone blocks by making them dematerialized. They could move them around like balloons. You could have a 100-ton rock, and once you get it levitating, if you get it just right, you can push it along through the air like a balloon, and even, you know, people without very much strength and just simple tools and simple scaffolding, and they can build pyramids this way. It's a lot simpler than the whole idea of, you know, logs greased with butter rolling these 100-ton blocks of stone along. It's ridiculous. The conventional explanation is ridiculous. So the ascended abilities that I am excited about that we're going to be able to do in the future involve mastering these creative forces and being able to use this. So when you look at, again, something like Sacsayhuaman and how those stone blocks are just mushed together, I believe that as we become ascended, that we will be able to do this with our minds, that we will be able to dematerialize rock, to push our hand through rock, and in fact, this is something that, again, is way outside what I normally would have time to do in this show, but there are a ton. In fact, maybe I'll bring in some of them in a future class, now that I'm talking about it. there's tons of examples of Buddhist saints that have achieved rainbow body, or they're going to achieve rainbow body, and before they do, they will take their hand or their foot and they push it into rock, and they create a handprint in the rock because they just mush it right into the rock. And there's all these shrines in Tibet, in northern India, in Nepal, in Bhutan, that you can go to where the footprints are still there in the rock from the monks. Eyewitnesses saw them do it. This is what we're going to be able to do. We're going to be able to literally play around with rocks, play around with stone. And another one that I remember from this television show called That's Incredible many years ago in the early 1980s was that they found a skeleton of a person inside the Great Wall of China. And let's go to the wide shot real quick. He was actually pushing his way forward like this, like he was walking through the wall in a dematerialized state, and they found his body in this position, embedded inside the rocks of the Great Wall of China, as if he knew how to go through. This was probably one of these monks in rainbow body, or near rainbow body, who was able to do this. So the handprints and all that stuff are really cool. And again, this just shows how they could have done that, that if you have your consciousness activated enough, the structure of matter does not stay solid. You can mold it by directing your willpower. And again, the law of one's exercise for this is concentrative meditation. They want you to concentrate on an image like a circle or a triangle or a cross if you're a Christian, and try to hold that image as long as you can. And they say that as your mind goes into higher realms, if you can hold these patterns, then you're going to get some very cool stuff to happen. So, all of the Ascension stuff, all the Jesus tricks, the levitation, the walking on water, the loaves and fishes where he supposedly fed 5,000 people a meal of, like, bread and fish. And hey, we just did that last night. We had sea bass on bread. It was absolutely delicious. So you want to say something? No problem.
I'm sorry that I keep getting into this, but I happen to be here and I'm pretty amazed. But to reinforce something David just said, I want to tell you something I personally witnessed.
Okay.
There was Elizabeth Clare Prophet, and she had a Summit Lighthouse. And so I was paying attention to, as after I've had the near-death experience, I would explore religions and explore these people. But I am a witness to watching Elizabeth Clare Prophet literally almost dematerialize.
Wow, you actually saw it.
Not 20 feet from her. I've heard people say that they'd seen this, and I've heard people discuss it. But she was going through this so-called teaching, and she was going into this chanting, these repetitive speaking. And she had a sword, and she was using a sword in a certain motion. And as she reached a certain pitch in this thing, maybe 7 or 8 minutes into it, I could see through her.
Oh, wow.
So what David...
Did everybody else see it or just you?
Everybody else saw it too, but
Holy
for
crap.
me, they had seen this before.
Wow.
That she had elevated her consciousness through this system, why I keep pushing you about breathing, elevating her consciousness through this system to see this happen. Now, I am a witness to it. I saw this myself and other people saw it, but I don't care what other people saw. I care about what I saw. And what I can tell you, what David's describing, I don't really understand, everybody, the potential of why we care so much about manipulating this matter as opposed to understanding what it is, which is what I am over here being amazed, hearing how it is constructed. But once that you understand you're operating here, and quantumly you're operating in other levels of at least 7 that I know about, where David said 11 the other day.
Well, that's the superstring theory, which is nonsense. But yeah, seven densities are what the law of one says.
Okay, so that I know. I know that from Dannion. But
From your near-death experience.
From 4 of them.
Right.
So knowing that once you have the ability to enter a state of consciousness, as you get this job done here, to be able to move into these other levels of consciousness would be our goal. Because if we're occupying this dimension and we're doing the job we were chosen and we chose to come here to do, everybody, and most of you are doing it, especially if you're listening today. I know you're doing it or looking for tools to do it, and I'm very proud. But remember, once we're doing our job here, the ability to use the Ascension to expand into the other 7 levels of existence that we have capability to access becomes just as important. And what David is doing is giving you how this is made, how it's structured. So that means once we know that, we can begin to work backwards into those other levels of consciousness. So I wanted to tell you that I had personally absolutely witnessed 2 things. I can tell you without question, I have seen not a Buddhist monk, but a 78-year-old Mexican shaman levitate. I watched him levitate, maybe 18 inches off the ground.
Wow.
And I have seen with my own eyes Elizabeth Clare Prophet literally where I could see through her. I could see the altar and the flowers behind her equal to that. I could see the shape of her. So
Would people yell and freak out or something when this happened, or would they just stay calm?
they stayed calm. And then they waited to ask each other if the other had seen it.
Wow.
So, and I saw it, everybody. So what he's saying is possible, but to manipulate this reality is not near as cool as being able to alter into these other dimensions of the magnificence that we have the ability to access being spiritual beings. So, sorry to interrupt, but I just
no problem.
want to support stuff that I know is true and possible.
Thanks, Dannion. All right, so now I'm going to pivot a little bit, and this was another selection of data that I wanted to put in because my wife Elizabeth, who I have not seen dematerialize in front of me, hopefully she'll figure that one out pretty soon. But you know, with all the martial arts moves she's got, I think she's probably pretty close already. So she was always very excited about the knowledge of the solar flash and the fact that this happened in our backyard. The closest neighbor to the sun had a solar flash, and it was right around 2012 that it happened. So we mentioned that offhandedly, but again, when I try to go back retrospectively through my career and I'm looking at all the things that I've discovered, and I'm now trying to be the mature guy who tries to unify all these pieces together and tie all the things together. I could also run through all the prophecies of all the different religions and how they say the solar flash is coming, to just give you a very quick synopsis of this again. The Hindus talk about it very extensively. They call it the Samvartaka fire or Samvartaka fire. Samvarta or Samvartaka. Those are 2 different words they use. They also call it the Yuga fire. That's another example of it. And there's hundreds of cases of this term showing up in the Vedas, the Hindu religious texts. And they describe the sun giving off something that's like a bright, brilliant white light that engulfs the whole solar system. And they describe this as a moment in which the Creator itself encompasses the whole solar system. So like in the Law of One, they say the Logos is the mind of the Creator. The Logos is the mind of intelligent infinity, and it's in the sun. And they explain, they don't talk about a solar flash in the Law of One per se. They make you decipher that. But they do say when this quantum leap happens, that the energy of the Logos engulfs the whole solar system, which is another way of talking about the solar flash. So the Law of One is really cool because it gives us all these pieces to solve, and it didn't give us all the answers, and that's what allowed it to be fun and to be an investigation and to have cool things going on. But when you start to go back through the ancient teachings that these same ETs gave us, which the Law of One says, yes, that one's real and that one's real, and there was a Jesus, and he was an embodiment of the Logos, but that's not the only one. That's where they would differ from hardline Christianity. Yes, Buddhism, yes, all these ancient teachings were derived by extraterrestrials coming here, and 35 different ancient teachings around the world told us to get ready for the solar flash. So the Hindus called it the Samvarta or the Samvartika fire. The Zoroastrians had the same prophecy. They called it the Frashokareti, and they said that there was this molten metal type of stuff that comes down from the heavens, and that if you are wicked, you are consumed in the fire, but that the just are simply transformed by it. And for them, it's nothing except like a bath of warm milk, which I guess was a cool idea back then. I don't know why in the world you'd... Ugh. I mean, dairy just freaks me out in general. I don't drink any, I mean, Dannion's gotten me to eat some really cool cheese, though. We've had some really cool cheese, and I normally don't have it at all, but the bath of warm milk doesn't appeal to me. But then the Stoics actually the Stoics are philosophers in Greek and Roman times, and they actually had a name for the solar flash. They called it ekpyrosis or ekpyrosis, and it literally means that the sun gives off a big fiery flash at the end of the age. So there's a word for the solar flash. And what people don't understand also is that there's two types of ways the world ends. There's ekpyrosis, which is the solar flash by fire, and then there's kataklysmos, which is by water. And kataklysmos turns into cataclysm. The word cataclysm we use all the time, but they've totally stripped the word ekpyrosis out of our language. And what's even weirder is that there's 4 different ways to spell ekpyrosis, and almost all of them are used in various literature. You can spell it E-K-P-Y-R-O-S-I-S, and so the E-K and the P-Y, the K and the Y, the K can become a C, and the Y can become a U. So you can have ekpyrosis, all these different there's 4 variations based on those 2 letters changing. And there isn't even any agreement on how to spell ekpyrosis because nobody uses the word. The secret tradition that predated Freemasonry was called Mithraism, and that was a Roman mystery school religion that had all the basic elements of the Freemasonry in it. It had the aprons, it had the lodge, it had a lot of the same mystic rites, a lot of the same oaths. And their big thing was that the sun is going to give off a big flash of light and heat at the end of the age and transform us into ascended beings. The Great Seal on the back of the dollar with the pyramid and the all-seeing eye has that excerpt from the Sibyl of Cumae. And the Sibyl of Cumae's words, as I said before, were psychically derived and became the most valuable treasure in Roman history because they could see into the future. And they also describe that there's going to be this era of heaven on earth and that the gods will return and all this kind of stuff is going to happen. So, solar flash is something we've been talking about for many years. It's nothing new. It's in all the ancient religions. It's a vast, widespread prophecy, and it's very, very consistent across. There's several references to it in the Bible that are encoded, but not very much. Like in the book of Matthew, when he talks about that the weeds are allowed to grow with the wheat until the end, and then at the harvest time, the weeds are gathered together in bundles and burned. And this again suggests the solar flash. Jesus in the book of John says, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the Son of Man, meaning a big flood. As it was in the days of Sodom and Gomorrah, where you look back at the city and you turn into a pillar of salt. The city was destroyed by fire and brimstone, which is rocks raining down from the heavens. Jesus actually says in the book of John, as it was in the days of Lot, so shall it be in the day of the Son of Man, which means stuff's going to come out of the sky. So why would Jesus want to come back and kill us? Well, that's not what this is about. The second coming and all that kind of stuff, and the rapture and all that, it's about the Son doing something amazing. It is not catastrophic because, as we've been exploring with the law of one fit in so many missing pieces. And now I've also showed you, if you didn't watch the Q&A on Wednesday, you got to go back and see that because I didn't just do Q&A. I did a whole hour of lecture material at the beginning that you've got to see because I brought up these prophecies from the 1950s that predated the law of one, that were based upon people having UFOs appear in their yard telepathic communication that turns into written transcripts, and the beings kept saying, your sun is going to do something that will change the whole solar system, and it will bring the solar system back into balance. All the planets' orbits are going to change. The length of the year will change. Apparently, the Earth did have an ideal year of 360 days, and then another type of solar flash event pushed on that extra 5.2422, so now we have 365.2422 days in a year instead of 360, which would have been the pure number. So the solar flash thing is very real. It's in all these prophecies, and we're also looking at incredible heating of the solar system, what I've called interplanetary climate change. All the planets and the sun are heating up, and I'll show you that later. I might not get to it today, but that's going to be part of it somewhere. So the bottom line is, we go back to George Hunt Williamson. If you watched Wednesday, you know what I'm talking about, where I quoted from his book from 1959 called Road in the Sky. And he said in that quote that I showed you, in 1952, we were told that our sun and our entire solar system was entering the fringes of a great cloud of cosmic ray activity, and that it would heat up the planet, heat up the solar system, and ultimately transform all life on Earth into an ascended state. He said that they got this from radio telegraph communications using ham radio and telegraph dot and dash signals with extraterrestrials, who then said, go out in the backyard. And sure enough, there's a craft, okay? So this was really cool what they were doing back then, to give us this message to let us know that the sun's going to do something crazy, a big solar flash, and you're going to be fine. Everybody's going to be fine. We've got it taken care of. If the people aren't going to be ascending, we'll move them somewhere else. And then I showed you the Dr. Courtney Brown remote viewing from his book Cosmic Voyage, which I have, I guess, right over there. And in that remote viewing, he saw people from Earth being transplanted and dropped off at the Pleiades. And I gave you some very new stuff in this year's class that nobody's ever gotten out of me before. It's in the new book coming out on June 2nd. I highly recommend the book. There's so many things the book says that I don't have time to do in this class. So the book's coming out on June 2nd, right around the time the class is going to end. So the party's just going to keep on going. You get the book. I'm sorry, we can't order the book for you out of your tuition. We tried. It's just not possible. But please go ahead, pre-order the book. It's only $20. And it's going to be so amazing when you read it, and it ties everything together, because the Law of One tells us that the ET abduction scenario, where they sample genetic material, it's not just intended to traumatize people. I mean, it is scary sometimes when it happens, and some of them are evil. There are evil versions of abduction going on, but there's a positive abduction that we're going to talk about in a later module when I get those slides put together. The positive abduction is to make sure that humanity survives. That just in case something bad happens and this doesn't work out the way it's supposed to, which again is almost impossible, but they've backed up everybody. They can reintroduce everybody. They can clone you up new bodies, drop your soul into the body as an adult, and then, as we saw in what Dr. Brown's remote viewing shows, you got a new body, but you don't even realize that your body was altered. As far as you know, it's your same body, and they even put your clothes back on. They just drop you off on another planet. But somehow they're taking your existing physical body and they're transforming it with new genetic material. And this happens without you ever knowing that anything took place. As far as you know, it's still you, even if they've upgraded your DNA. And so Dr. Brown's material has this, and I read this on around January 15th, 1996, and then immediately, or January 18th was the day it started, and then immediately read the Law of One next. And the Law of One says, yeah, we're these beings, and we took people from Mars, and we packaged them through a non-reproductive genetic system, and then we dropped them off on Earth with new bodies that were made for the Earth. Oh, and that planet Maldek that blew up and became the asteroid belt, well, those were the real jerks, and so we had to turn them into Bigfoots and Neanderthals. And then only after multiple lifetimes of being, big caveman, did they become allowed to even be able to live in third density again. So we got a big planet full of a-holes, a bunch of people that really don't belong anywhere, and there's not enough of them to give them a whole planet for themselves. Let's just take all these losers and stick them all together on one planet, which just so happens to be one of the most paradise planets in our galaxy, apparently. Planet Earth, what I heard from some of my insiders was that a typical planet might have like 100 million different species altogether, between insects, plants, algae, bacteria, mammals, birds, fish, and whatever the intelligent life is. 100 million. Earth has well over 1 billion uniquely different species, and we're still constantly discovering new stuff. Now, supposedly, the reason for this is that the DNA has to be supported by the waves of the planet. In other words, if you have a planet that isn't in alignment with your own DNA, you could visit that planet, but you're not going to be healthy there. You could only go there for short periods, and then you'd have to leave, and you wouldn't be able to stay there all that time because you need this energy to keep you going. So the Earth has enough of a complexity of genetic codes, genetic waves, that any type of life can be brought down here. And apparently a lot of different ET races brought their favorite animals, their favorite plants, their favorite fruit, and brought it here. And we have this amazing loquat tree, and we're now convinced that the Chinese extraterrestrials, as we heard, the dragon family is an extraterrestrial race. It came here. They still have some of their craft. They actually lived 300 years, and they are, they came where the gold was. They dug it all up, or a lot of it, and so they became the most dominant financial power on Earth. The Cabal has never had as much gold as the Dragon family does, but the Cabal has only won out up until now through deception, trickery, lies, deceit, all the classic stuff they do. Which is I'm so glad this is coming to an end. Thank God for the loquat, because guess what? So many of these Chinese herbs, apparently they brought here from other planets because they extend longevity. And if you know how to use them, you can make yourself live a really long time. And that's part of how they live 200 or 300 years, supposedly. None of those people have ever shown themselves, but we do know people who have met with them directly, including your friend Woody actually met with them. You want to talk about that real quick? No? Okay. Too classified? One what? 1 hour? 1 hour? I know there's 1 hour left. I got a big clock right here. It says 3:55. I just want to get you to say cool shit. I don't care what time it is. All right, anyway, no big deal. So, do you want to say something now that I... Well, we only got an hour, so let's... Okay. There was a big point that I'm trying to get to here, folks, which is the solar flash prophecy is very extensive. It's in 35 different ancient religions and spiritual teachings. Maybe I'll go through some of those. I'll throw that in somewhere before we're done. That'll make this class even more fun for you. We've got all the stuff about Christianity and the rapture, which Christians think, oh yeah, it's the rapture. No, it's all the other religions say it too. It's all over the place in the Muslim Bible, the Quran, and they talk about it in a lot more detail than they do in the Bible. They talk about exactly what's going to happen to you, that it's the end of time as we know it, it's the end of the world as we know it, it's a transformation, and they basically say in the Quran, you need to live every day as if you're expecting that this is going to happen that day. And if you don't live every day like it's going to happen that day, you might be sorely disappointed when it happens, and then you figure out that you weren't ready for it. And how do you need to be ready for it? Just be nice. It's not a big deal, shouldn't be difficult, but for some reason it's hard for people to be nice to each other on this planet because a bunch of degenerates all got thrown together, and they said, well, if we put them on the most healing paradise planet in the galaxy, maybe they'll all heal and they'll get over it. That's not what happened. So now you and I and many others like us are here as wanderers, ET souls. You probably are, if you're taking this class and you've stuck with me this far, you're undoubtedly an ET soul. I think hardly anybody wouldn't be at this point if you're still here. So just put that feather in your cap. You are a person who's supposed to be helping the planet and not just kind of observing the planet. You're here to be involved. You're here to get your hands dirty. You're here to roll up your sleeves, put on your combat boots, trudge through that frickin' mud in the foxhole, and get this thing done. And so the biggest thing that we're here to do is actually to spread love, peace, harmony, and forgiveness. To teach other people how to be nice so that more of them are ready for this solar flash when it happens. And all my analyses had made me convinced that there was going to be a solar flash, and I thought it was going to be at the end of the Mayan calendar, because the Mayan calendar is so dialed in with the 25,000 year cycle. The Mayan calendar is 5,125 days in length. If you take 5,125 and you add it and you multiply it by five cycles of the Mayan calendar, you get approximately 25,627 years, which is very close to 25,920 years. So there's other slides I have that I don't have in this talk where I show how the Mayan calendar is exactly 1/5 of the precessional cycle. The Law of One talks about that extensively and says at the end of the cycle there is a big event that is catastrophic for the physical planet, but that if you're ready to ascend, you get to go. And that everybody is taken care of. It is like a cosmic Noah's Ark. They make sure everybody gets rescued. And then they said, as I showed you in that quote, at the end of 3 cycles, or 75,000 years, all are harvested regardless of progress, for the planet ceases to become useful for third density thereafter. You can't breathe, it's too hot, the whole thing changes. But when you activate your 4th density light body, you can stay with the Earth and you'll be fine. Your body will change to adapt to the new Earth and its conditions. And they say, once again, that if we do this right, we can have everybody ascend and we don't need to have any Earth changes at all. The Earth changes are only happening because we're not getting the lessons of love. So these volcanoes going off and these earthquakes and tsunamis and all this stuff wouldn't be happening right now if everybody was nice. It's so weird, right? Like that all we have to do is be nice, but the people running the planet will do anything they can to make you greedy and jealous and angry and paranoid and filled with anxiety and filled with fear, because they profit off of that. They get loose from that. And finally, they overstep their hand. And it's one thing to be like, I don't really care about the politics. I don't really care about Nancy Pelosi. I don't really care about Donald Trump. I don't give an F about, it's the news. I don't pay attention to the news. But wait a minute. We let them get away with 9/11. We let them 20 years ago do 9/11, bring the towers down into their own footprint, and nobody ever really did anything about it. And it's so obviously, and they declared martial law. Now, 20 years later, they've shut the whole planet down over something that at the beginning of this talk, I showed you now, widespread consensus. 70 to 85% of the people that get it don't even know they had it. The death rate for the people in the elderly range is the same as if they got the flu, if it was a bad flu. And that the kids aren't even getting it at all. It's less dangerous for kids than the flu. Kids are less apt to get sick from COVID than they are from the flu. Man. So what the hell are they doing? Collapsing our economy, taking away our rights, taking away our freedom, smashing down protests. California declared it illegal to protest. It's a horrific experience going to the grocery store here. Dannion tried to go out yesterday, and you said there was 163 people in line. He just wanted to pick up some bread, you know? And so like, and you got to have a mask on and all this stuff, although nobody's doing that outside anymore. It's mostly gone now. There's a few people that do it, but most people are not doing it. Because, look, this is everybody's fight. It's not about Trump. It's not about who's going to win the 2020 election for us as people. It's about somebody's trying to kill us because they want to control the planet. And if you think that Biden is better than Trump, I beg to differ. As much as you hate the guy, if you hate him, a lot of you don't, but if you hate him, the alternative's a lot worse, because if the alliance loses control of the administration, whether you like them or not, all of that pedophilia is going to start back up again. All the microchipping is going to start to happen. The 5G electromagnetic attacks, the chemtrails, we are screwed if that election doesn't go a certain way. But again, once they do the mass arrest, once they do the big announcements, it's probably not even going to be an election. And there's probably going to be this whole new thing that happens that people will be able to vote, but we're going to have to change the whole nature of voting because we don't want to vote for guys that were members of NAMBLA, which is North American Man-Boy Love Association. And that's a real organization. And apparently, 88% of Congress is members of NAMBLA. That's what Pete Peterson told me years ago. How do we arrest the cabal? Because there's nobody left to run the government. Because they're all diddlers. It's so frustrating. Anyway, all of this stuff that's coming out now, all the weird pandemic shutdown is making it personal because you are on house arrest. You are imprisoned in your house. You're not being allowed to have your freedom. You're not being allowed to leave, even if you are not at all in the at-risk population. And they've been totally fudging the numbers to try to make this, worse than it really is. So it's very, very strange stuff. So all of this appears to be leading up to a solar flash. And as we go on, we go through the pyramid prophecies and the things that I got and the things that Corey Goode got, it looks like it's around 2029, 2030, thereabouts, this is going to happen. But all of the best data that I had available to me suggested that the end of the Mayan calendar on December 21st, 2012, theoretically would have been when this was going to happen. And it was only 2-3 years later when Corey got his contact that we find out, okay, they had to hold it off because we as a planet were not ready for it yet. And now there's a lot more people who will be ready for it when it happens. So Elizabeth talked a little bit about the idea that there was another solar flash nearby that actually did happen, and it happened on time. So now, without further ado, I want to unpack that for you, because this, to me, is another one of these truly groundbreaking moments in my career that I can go back through time, I can look at it again, and I can say, wow, how in the world can we not look at the truth when we see something this dramatic? And if I'm going to do the Great Awakening class for you and really try to tie this all together, because we're all in this pandemic together, we're all going through this, we're shooting in our house, right? It's a big deal. And so we all have to try to really get our heads around this and understand what actually is going on here. And I feel a responsibility, because if whether I got DNA upgrades from Anshar beings that gave me, this is what appears to have happened, I was given a whole bunch of viral infections as a kid. They deliberately, the ETs will deliberately give you a virus to allow this extraterrestrial DNA to get into your cell nuclei. So I had a whole bunch of high fevers as a kid, and I would have these strange geometric hallucinations as it was happening, and I'd start screaming, and then my mother would have to come in and rescue me and hold me in bed for a long, long time until I could calm down and stop screaming, because there'd be this pounding, this sense of pressure in my ears, which I now call the ear blast. It was really my pineal gland activating, psychic abilities activating. But this was very intense. Every couple of months as a kid, I'd have these horrible fevers. I'd be hallucinating. I'd start screaming. My mother would have to come in and put wet towels on my forehead, calm me down. Well, that appears to be a genetic program that I went through to upgrade my IQ, which is why I tested off the charts on the IQ test. So now, for whatever reason, I'm stuck with that, and I try to make the best out of it. And if I can see things that other people don't see, I do feel compelled to share it. So the solar flash is a big one. And the solar flash suggests that this is real and this is going to happen because it happened to our closest neighbor. So if we are drifting into, going to the slides now, and I got to get off my feet, my legs are really starting to hurt. 5 hours is a long time for you guys. Now we're going to do this is going to be slide heavy for a little while, so, and we're going to round this out, and then we'll do a little meditation. So the nearest star system to the Earth is Alpha Centauri, and it is a trinary star system. So I'm going to show you a diagram of this, where you can see, okay, in the middle there is the sun, and then that dotted line around it is the Oort cloud. Then you see there's a circle that says 2 light years, and that means that the light from the visible stars is going to travel 2 years before we see it. So if we see a solar flash somewhere. It's going to take X number of years before that solar flash is visible to us. Okay, this is very important. So notice at the top that you got WISE 0855 0714, that's a star. And then you got Barnard star off there on the left at the 6 light year range. So there's nothing of any significant size that we know of now that's nearby us except for this 3-star system, Alpha Centauri. And then notice that also you have Proxima Centauri, which is a red star as they described it, and it's right next to it. So check this out. Now this is a really important point. Alpha Centauri A and B, Alpha Centauri B is only very slightly smaller than the Sun. Alpha Centauri A is only slightly larger than the Sun, as you can see in this diagram. This is an accurate size representation. Proxima Centauri is much smaller. Now, you know, it doesn't change the fact that it's still a full-size star that's going to have planets that, you know, life could exist in this system. Just because it's small, I mean, our sun is very, very, very huge. So don't think that it's like not a legitimate star just because it's smaller. So now you're going to see the orbital patterns of Alpha Centauri and Proxima Centauri and where those are located. So we're not going to get too much into all this right now, but you can go back and pause that if you want to look at that. Anyway, the point is that everybody got excited about Proxima B for a while in the media because it's only 4 years away, and they found an Earth-like planet, which they found, by the way, because there was a little flicker in the energy, the light coming off of Proxima Centauri, and they concluded that it was green, that it's a green planet. And so that means it's probably got vegetable life on it. And hey, guess what? Then even Stephen Hawking says that he could build these little, almost like tinfoil ships that you just zap them with a laser, and you hit them with that laser hard enough, and because they're so lightweight, it's going to accelerate to light speed or pretty close. And so within 20 years, we could actually send a probe to Proxima B using this silly method, and then, you know, of course we have much better stuff. It's not declassified. Let's just send a piece of foil over to the frickin' Proxima Centauri. That sounds awesome.
That's fun.
Hey, but it's Stephen Hawking, man. He's a genius. Come on. No. We got much better stuff than that, and we're going to be building it soon enough, and it's going to be declassified, but that's another story. Anyway, within 20 years, we could go there, and then we find out what that green world is, and let's hope that we can live there because, hey, you know, we've effed up this one planet enough. Let's go F up another one now. Uh-oh. Then comes the solar flash, and this is one of the links to it. Giant flare around Proxima Centauri may kill the hope for a habitable planetary system. Well, what do they mean, giant flare? They mean that Proxima Centauri actually had the exact kind of solar flash that we're thinking is going to happen here. Scientists have discovered a flare off of the Sun's closest stellar neighbor, Proxima Centauri. Many are reporting that it could spell trouble for any hope for life on its exoplanet, Proxima B, but it might also kill off all the other planets around the star. So again here, this is just showing you that, like, if you don't have extraterrestrial angels helping you out and making sure that you get moved to another planet or otherwise ascending and staying in your light body with the Earth, if you don't have that kind of metaphysical stuff going on, the solar flash is a big burn. It's not good for the physical objects in the solar system. Not only do you get the light, but apparently there's a whole lot of debris that the sun throws off, and it's basically molten debris from the sun that just goes out there into the solar system. So this is a very intense, catastrophic thing if you're only looking at it in terms of physical matter. And this is one of the problems that our governments have, is that they have only looked at it that way. They know this is going to happen, and they don't see any positive outcome unless you're at that secret space program level where they see that there's an interstellar rescue plan. But a lot of them don't even believe that. And when we were interviewing William Tompkins, a World War II veteran who had all this classified intel before he died, and his book, Selected by Extraterrestrials, Volume 2, by the way, just came out April 29th. I just saw it when I was going through Amazon the other day. So I'm definitely going to order that. The first one was hard to read. It was all discombobulated, but there was interesting stuff in there. I can't wait to read this one. Anyway, solar flash. Solar flash on Proxima b. Let's keep going. The researchers, so William Tompkins said that everybody who knows about the flash has a different opinion about what it's going to do. There is no consensus on the inside of what this thing really is. The researchers used data from ALMA, which is a dozen radio dishes in the Chilean desert that can image radio wavelength, but rather than just average all the data out, they watched how it changed over time. They were looking at Proxima b over a long period of time. So this is ALMA. It's in the Chilean desert. You get a bunch of these radio telescopes, and they all focus on the same thing, and they can get a lot more information that way. This new analysis, this is where it gets really exciting, folks. If you have not been blown away yet, this is going to blow you away, because this is our closest neighbor. And if we're drifting into a big cloud, then both of these stars are right next to each other as we hit the cloud, right? So we're both going to hit the cloud around the same time. The new analysis implied that the star released a 1 minute long flare, get ready folks, 1,000 times brighter than the usual shining of the star. 1,000 times brighter. That is un-effing believable. Perhaps 10 times brighter than the most powerful solar flare we've ever recorded from our own sun. 10 times brighter. And with a coronal mass ejection, you only get it out of one part of the sun, whereas this is a full halo coronal mass ejection. The sun just goes whoosh and just releases all this stuff. Their results have been accepted to the Astrophysical Journal letters. Here's another one. This is from National Radio Astronomy Observatory. Powerful flare from Proxima Centauri detected with ALMA and puts the habitability of nearby planetary system into question, to say the least. Everybody on that planet would be scorched. If there was anything alive on it to begin with, they all went away. So it says here, March 24th, 2017 was no ordinary day for Proxima Centauri, according to Meredith McGregor. I'm going to show you her in a minute. An astronomer at Carnegie Institution for Science, Department of Terrestrial Magnetism in Washington, D.C., who led the research with fellow Carnegie astronomer Alicia Weinberger. So here is Meredith McGregor, and she has cracked one of the greatest puzzles ever seen. This is wonderful. Thank you, Meredith, for doing this. Thank you for your work. And this is Alicia Weinberger, who also discovered this solar flare. So I like to honor the people that make these discoveries, and here she is next to one of these crazy radio telescopes they're working on. The flare, this is where it gets so exciting, folks. Check this out. The flare increased Proxima Centauri's brightness by 1,000 times over not 1 minute. What does the actual website say from the Radio Observatory? 10 seconds. So now we know that the solar flare might only last for 10 seconds. But it's 1,000 times brighter than the sun usually would be when it happens. But it's a 10-second blast. This was preceded by a smaller flare, and Corey Good's intel said there's multiple solar flashes that all happened in a short time. Taken together, the whole event lasted fewer than 10 minutes of a 10-hour period that ALMA observed the star between January and March of last year. Now here's another article that said, look at this, look at the headline, this is phys.org, Proxima Centauri released a flare so powerful it was visible to the naked eye. If you went out at night and you looked at the stars with no telescope, no binoculars, you could still see this if you knew what you were looking for. As the team indicates in their study, the March 2016 superflare was the first to be observed from Proxima Centauri. Now let's just stop there for a second. That's worthy of me standing up for this shit. March 2016. March 2016. All right. Solar flare, 10 seconds, 1,000 times brighter than it typically would be, March 2016. Where is Alpha Centauri? Where's Proxima Centauri? It's 4 light years away. It takes 4 light years for that solar flash to go from Proxima Centauri to us. So if you take March 2016 and you minus it by 4, you get March 2012, which is when the solar flash on Proxima Centauri actually happened in the year 2012. There was sorry, I don't want to curse, there was an effing solar flash that I was telling you was going to happen in December 2012, and I took so much crap online for it when it didn't happen right then. The damn thing actually did happen in the year 2012 with our closest nearby star getting 1,000 times brighter for 10 seconds. Unbelievable, and we're still here. We're still feeling the effects of this, yeah. I'm starting to lose my voice now. Elizabeth, would you mind filling my water glass? That would be awesome. Thank you. I'll put it right there. In March 2016, which is 2012 in real time, the Everyscope, this is when I know I got to stop because my voice is going. The Everyscope detected the first known Proxima superflare. The superflare had a bolometric energy signature of 10 to the 33.5 ergs. Holy crap, that's so much energy. 10 times larger than any previously detected flare from Proxima, and 30 times larger than any flare that they had ever optically measured. This is unfreaking believable. The event briefly increased the visible brightness of the star by 38 times, averaged over a 2-minute cycle of the telescope, or 68 times at the brightness of the human eye. In other words, if you could somehow be a master psychic and you knew that the star was going to get really bright for 10 seconds, and you knew exactly when it was happening, that light was coming in, some ETs had tipped you off, you could be looking at Alpha Centauri and see a 68x increase in the brightness of Proxima Centauri with your naked eye for those 10 seconds. This is crazy. And remember, they also said that they averaged it over 2 minutes. But it's only 10 seconds. 2 minutes is 120 seconds. So the real thing is 1,000 times brighter in those 10 seconds. So if you could have actually looked at the star for those 10 seconds, what in the world was that? It just went, and then it went away in 10 seconds. So this actually did happen. Although no M dwarfs are usually visible to the naked eye, Proxima briefly became a magnitude 6.8 star during this superflare, becoming visible to dark sight, naked eye observers. It actually became visible, and it normally is not visible. Now, notice that this was done in 2016, so this was the 2012, right? There's been, since that 2012 flare in 2012 in real time, they've had 23 other solar flares coming off of Proxima Centauri since, ranging in energy from 10 to the 30 to 10 to the 32 ergs. Unbelievable. Coupled with the rates of a single superflare detection, they predict that at least 5 superflares occur each year. But that's what's happening now, and the important part is everybody's been looking at Alpha Centauri for a long time. It's the closest star. We've had telescopes since the 1600s. If it suddenly got brighter like that, somebody would have seen it over the last 400 years, and nobody did. This is the first time we've seen it. There's been other ones since then, and again, the Corey Good information was that there's a series of solar flares. It's not just one solar flash. There's a series of them, and what the law of one appears to be telling us is that we get portaled away, and then we get brought back when it's over. And it might even be a couple, like 30,000 years later, but the beings do this so seamlessly, you wouldn't even know that you traveled through time at all. So some of these scientists say that even one of these flares would totally wipe out the Earth if it happened here. But notice that the word repeated, okay, this is very important, and I want to clarify this. The repeated solar flashes are sufficient to reduce the ozone of an Earth-like planet by 90% within 5 years. So there goes your ozone layer, there goes life on Earth. We estimate that the complete destruction of the ozone layer would occur within several hundred K years, which is 1,000 years, okay? So it doesn't mean that everything is destroyed. You would lose some ozone, but life would still exist on Earth. The ultraviolet light produced by the superflare reached the surface with 100 times more strength than it needs to kill microorganisms. Let's just stop and think about that for a second. We have the sloths in the meditation. Okay, we can do that. Suggesting that life would struggle to survive in the areas of Proxima b exposed to these flares, to say the least. All right, well, I do have interplanetary climate change slides, but we're going to come back to that later. So why don't we take Dannion's advice? Because, you know, he is our Uncle Mama, so we got to listen to Uncle Mama. Absolutely. All right, so we're going to go back to some fun slides like this. All right, so did you have a sloth update for us that you want to talk about?
I do have a sloth.
All right. Dannion said something. Can I say this because this is so funny? The other day he said, David, let me tell you something. Ain't nobody gives no damn about no sloth. But it's true because we want to raise awareness of the most defenseless animals on the planet. It's sad. And so he wasn't saying that that's really the way that we think or that he thinks, but it's so cool when we can raise awareness of such a defenseless animal and again, service to others. Uh-oh, now he's got to defend himself. Ain't nobody gives a damn about no sloth.
But the point of it is, everybody, is when you take a good look at what David and Elizabeth are trying to do, and to bring awareness to the helpless, the things that need to be paid attention to. And the last thing I said was, David, remember, we need people to fall in love with what other people are doing.
That's right.
And what I see Elizabeth doing is finding another person out there, a girl by herself, who's doing these studies on these sloths, who's making a difference, and to empower women to keep doing what they're doing and to care about these things. Nobody cares about a sloth because you don't know what kind of barbecue sauce to use on them. And nobody cares about a sloth because whatever time period it lived in, it's being pushed out by the rainforest. But that somebody sincerely and truly cares, like Elizabeth and David, makes all the difference. So listen, everybody.
Oh, here he comes.
Listen
here he
and
comes.
watch
What?
Listen
No
and,
one cares.
Nobody cares about me? Are you kidding?
Listen, watch his program and fall in love with what Rebecca has fallen in love with, the care, concern, and safety, bringing forward by Elizabeth looking for people to really support in making this difference. It's one thing really important about what David and Elizabeth are doing with their time and what you, by being a part of this program, are contributing to them being able to do in your name. So I hope you start to care about sloths, but I hope you care about what this one human being is doing. So,
man, that barbecue sauce thing, I'm going to have to think about that for a while. It's nasty. I would never want to eat a sloth.
All right. So hopefully you can hear me well.
Oh, yeah.
We are in love with sloths, David and I, and when
That's true.
we
It's ridiculous.
first even got together, I had already begun creating an entire Save the Sloth, business plan and everything. Mm-hmm. So it's been on our minds for a really long time, and I was so happy to meet this beautiful woman, Dr. Rebecca Cliff, and she is down in the Costa Rican rainforest helping to save sloths. So this is her organization. It is the Sloth Conservation Foundation, slothconservation.org.
There we go.
I have, it should be the right way.
Yeah, we got it.
It should be right. And I've made a video. I have a video interview with her. We are technologically challenged, so I can't really show it. We haven't.
Well, we
figured
don't
out
have
quite how to
sound,
do
but
it.
what we're going to do is we're going to upload an interview with her for you to watch in Kajabi with your interface. And again, the only reason why I'm bringing this to your attention, and Elizabeth's going to fill you in a little bit more. I hate PBS and fundraisers and all this kind of stuff. I hate it.
Well, we're not doing that, so we're just featuring people who are doing good things.
In this case, if you even give these people $5 or $25, you actually are saving sloths right now, and they're cute little creatures, and we don't want to see them die. And so, you talked about this before, but let's bring that back just real quick about the donation that our foundation made and what happened.
Right. So what I did was I just want you to see Rebecca because she's a beautiful woman there with her little sloths. And we donated to them last year. And I actually didn't really know what our donation went to until I interviewed her. And during the interview, she said that
You got to back up a little bit, bead focus.
were responsible for creating their 1,000-tree nursery. So now they are nursing, thousands of trees, and then they're replanting the rainforest with those trees. So that's what we did last year. And then I was asking her what she needed for this year, what she was working on. And one of the biggest issues for sloths is that they get electrocuted when they go over power lines. And I made a little video about this beautiful sloth Viejo who had been electrocuted and lost the claws of his hand, and he was rehabilitated and released. So you're going to see that video too in there. And he did really well, even without the claws on his hand. So she was saying that they were building sloth bridges, but they've never built one that's actually stable. And the sloths.
What is a sloth bridge? First of all, let's explain why it's that important.
Well, sloths get hit by cars on the road because they're very, very slow. So when they try to cross the road, they get hit by cars a lot. The other thing is they like to stay in the canopy, and so they will try to use the power lines as a means of,
Crossing a road.
crossing things.
Well, they also get attacked by dogs. It's not just cars, right?
And it's dogs, dogs. And then
when they're on the ground. Yeah.
Deforestation.
Yeah, deforestation. I mean, so basically we have to be kind and compassionate enough to animals in order for them to live now. We have encroached so much upon the natural habitat of this planet that, I love animals. My childhood dream was to save all the animals in the world. And so it's important to me to do things and to put effort into the dream of my little child, which is to help the innocent animals to survive.
And the first time you slept next to me in the same bed at my house, I had this dream that you had this farm with all these animals, and I told you I would feed them for you.
Yeah. It was funny because he woke up saying, I'll feed them. And so I woke him up and I said, what do you mean you'll feed them? What are you doing? And so then he told me his dream, and it was my animal farm. So that has always been a dream of mine as a child, to have an animal farm. That as a child I wanted that dream. And now I don't necessarily want to farm. I love to save animals. So I am featuring people who are boots on the ground people doing my childhood dream. And so this woman, Rebecca, is doing it. And then our foundation, Wilcock Spiritual Healing and Empowerment, just donated and funded the very first stable sloth bridge in the area that's approved by the government, which is really important because we're creating a precedent now. And so I hope that you watch that video and see how excited Rebecca was. She's this beautiful young woman.
So basically it's a rope that they can climb across the...
No,
oh, it's not a rope?
The rope is the unstable. We are creating the first stable sloth bridge. The rope is a form of sloth bridge, but the sloths don't like to use it because it's too wobbly.
And they can fall.
It's just too wobbly. They don't like it. And it costs more money to build a stable one, plus they have to work with the government and the power line company. So it's a little more complex. But she was just right there because she had already talked to the power line companies and the government. And I said, well, what do you need? She just said X amount of dollars. And I said, I've got it. We've got your first sloth bridge. So that's all in the video interview. And we just have...
And they love it, right? I mean, once you build it, they actually use it.
They'll use it. I mean, they even use here's a slide of one of the more unstable ones, but they use it.
You can pop that up right here.
No, it's okay. It's
cool. We can do it really quick.
All right, our little informal slideshow, because
Can you see it?
You can find her
Okay.
at slothconservation.org is where you can find Rebecca Cliff and her organization down there. slothconservation.org. Or you can go to our website, Wilcock Spiritual Healing.
Anything else you wanted to show them while we got it open?
Is it on?
Yeah, the slides are there now.
Well, I've got two people telling me what to do.
No.
Dannion's telling me what to do.
Just listen to
Dave is telling me what to do.
Just listen to me.
So yeah, here's one of our little buddies.
This is Viejo, and actually, this is a video Viejo, but I doubt that the music would play. Yeah, but this is Viejo, the one that was electrocuted by the power lines, and he was released into the wild without the use of, without his claws on one of his hands. They were amputated. And he's done very well. They tracked him, Rebecca tracked him miles and miles into the jungle, and he's doing awesome. So.
And then what else we got here?
Oh
yeah, there he is.
That's the video playing, yeah.
That's the video playing without sound.
Without sound. I made that video last year for them just to bring awareness. There he is without the little fingers on his hand.
Oh, it's so sad. But yet this Sloth Conservation Foundation is going and finding these little guys and helping them out. I mean, they're just defenseless creatures. Anyway, we don't need to belabor the point, but it's a cool and fun thing for us to be able to support this.
Yeah.
And we really appreciate, anything that we can do to help out the planet. And so, there's lots of different things that need to be done. It's just that we like certain charities and we wanted to profile them for you. So now we have a little bit more on the sloth thing. But
and we don't get anything from it. This is just it's just a labor of love.
Sloth Bridge, there it is.
Those are the old sloth bridges.
Right,
But they still need those. They still will use those.
Right.
It's slothconservation.com and .org.
And bit.ly saving sloths. There you go. There it is.
Yeah, so we wanted to feature that.
All right, well.
So cute.
I think it's time for you to do some bowls, and
All right.
we'll round out this whole thing with a nice meditation. All right. We'll just start by listening to the bowls before I say anything else. And you know what to do. You know to close your eyes and breathe deeply. Becoming more and more relaxed now. Allowing yourself to breathe deeply and just let go of the stress and the tension in your body. Now I ask that you visualize a circle. And this will be also this week's practical exercise as you continue working on waking up in the morning and asking yourself, what was just happening to me? Not moving, remaining still in bed. As you first wake up, I want you to think about, where were you? What was going on? Who were you talking to? What was happening? How did it fit together? Just putting those pieces together when you first wake up. And understanding how all flows through the language of symbolism. But right for now, I ask that you hold the visual image of a circle in your mind. Perhaps you're seeing a black line circle on a white piece of paper. But I want you to keep that image of the circle consistent. Keep looking at the circle, even if you see that circle turn into the sun or the corona around the sun in a solar eclipse, or the circular outline of a planet, or the circle of a soap bubble. Keep coming back to the circle. Maybe the circle looks like a car tire. Maybe the circle looks like the yolk in a sunny side up egg that you might have cooked, if you're into that. But just keep seeing the circle. And I want you to not just look at this circle. I want you to feel the circle. I want you to feel the perfect curve of the circle as you travel around its edge. Just as Elizabeth circles these bowls to make them sound, you could also be circling that circle with your own mental hand and make it tone, just as she is doing now. Continue seeing the circle in your mind as you go deeper and deeper, never letting that circle go, continuing to see that shape as you go deeper and deeper, knowing that this circle will stay with you, that the vision of this stays as you learn to open your heart, as you learn to be more loving, more patient, more forgiving, still seeing that circle. As you contemplate the great mystery of Ascension, the mystery of the solar flash, the circle of the sun as it gives off some big flare that could be 1,000 times brighter than the sun ever normally gets, taking place in only 10 seconds, still seeing the circle, still envisioning the circle as you think about this energetic transformation where your soul might just be ready to enter into an ascended form. Still seeing that circle, never losing touch with the vision of the circle as you find yourself going even deeper. The circle stays consistent as you feel the peace emanating from that circle. Feel the peace of looking at this shape in your mind and see the perfect nature of its construction. A universal symbol, the wheel that all cultures start to really progress from when they discover that quote-unquote technology. And the circle also illustrates the perfectitude of cycles, of karma, learning our lessons, going through the same circles in life, the same circles taking us around and around until we finally develop forgiveness. Becoming even more deeply relaxed, every part of your body so deeply relaxed. Breathing now. Just letting it happen. Still seeing that circle. In forgiveness lies the stoppage of the circle wheel of karma. seeing how we can reach the top of the circle as we watch its revolutions. Reach the top of the circle and then practice that forgiveness so we don't need more karma. We just learn to forgive. We just learn to be nice. And the circle is preserved. The circle is unbroken. The circle is everlasting. It is Alpha and Omega. It is infinity. It is the perfect circle that forms around the original photon in the universe, the sphere, the boundary that contains the original photon, the original circle. And now I ask that you envision that Merkaba inside the circle. Envision the Star of David. Let's start in 2 dimensions. 2 triangles, 6 points, all touching the edge of that circle that is still there. Hold this vision of the Star of David inside a circle. Keep looking at it. And now think about the Merkaba that I showed you, the 3-dimensional Merkaba. Hold that vision, hold the image of that shape, and imagine it being perfectly held inside a circular sphere. The circle has never left. The circle keeps coming back. And the circle shows you the sacred geometry. As you look at this Merkaba, imagine that this was the primordial form that the universe created in its origin. This original Merkaba, surrounded by the circle that you still see, releasing energy, just like the solar flash, releases energy. The solar flash is a recapitulation of the original ecstatic birth of the universe, as this circle, sphere, and the Merkaba inside released energy and light to make the universe in the primordial sound, the Aum. Imagine now that circle engulfing you with white light, engulfing you with the original creation and its recapitulation in the solar flash. Imagine now this pure white light surrounding you. Pure grace, pure love, still not losing the image of the circle that you've been holding on to, but seeing the circle with this pure white light emanating from it. And that light is alive, and that light is intelligent, and that light loves you more than you could possibly imagine. You've never been alone. You've never been abandoned. You've never been waylaid by the circle. The circle is still there looking at you as you think about these things. You've always been protected. You've always been cared for, and you will last forever. Your identity will go on for all eternity because you are the universe. As you continue to hold the image of the circle and you're bathed in this white light, I now ask that you request any information that it might want to share with you. This could come in the form of fleeting visual images. This could come in the form of a voice that you hear, much like mine. It could come in feelings in your body, uplifting feelings that you have, feelings of love, feelings of grace. Hold the image of the circle in the white light. And now I invite you to ask it if there's anything it would like you to know or feel. sending this beautiful energy into the earth to calm the earth down, stabilize the earth. Sending this energy to all those healthcare workers still on the front lines, to all those personnel working to defeat the deep state, in some cases paying the ultimate price. We thank you for your service. Sending it to all those who may be sick or worried about being sick or living in general fear and anxiety over this apparent economic collapse, which we do not believe will last. To all your friends, co-workers, family members, people you love. To your immediate family members, your spouse, your children, your loved ones. And lastly, to yourself, still seeing the circle in your mind, still holding that vision after all this time. Imagine seeing that person in the mirror that is you and smiling and accepting and embracing and revivifying. For in the greatest sense, you are the light. You are the love. You are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And nothing and no one can ever take that from you. And so it is. And now I invite you to wiggle your fingers and toes. Come back into the room. And there we go. Somehow we've pulled off this magic trick once again. 5 hours and it all kind of fits together and makes sense. And I think you've learned some very interesting things this week. You've learned about the global grid. You've learned about the 3,300 stone monuments that apparently are related to portal phenomena, dematerialization, tornado anomalies, matter blending, Sacsayhuaman, and how this sacred geometry is multidimensional. So by activating your visualizations of geometry, starting with the circle, this is a very important practice. Now, I took you on a more advanced course there, which is you can also envision the platonic solids, the dodecahedron, the icosahedron inside a sphere. That's very advanced stuff. But if you start doing that, really cool things happen, because the law of one had that exercise, and I'm going to leave you with this week. The law of one had that exercise: gaze into the mirror, see the face of the Creator. Step 2, look at others and see the Creator. Step 3, look at the whole world around you and see the Creator. But step 4 is observe the geometry that reality is made from and see the Creator. And I'm paraphrasing a little bit. When I teach you about this sacred geometry, you're getting the underlying architecture of the way the universe really works. So all these things that I'm saying are part of that exercise. Visualize the original photon, visualize the superclusters, visualize the structure of the atom, the nucleus. Now we're looking at the electron clouds at L15, same pattern that we see on the global grid, which is related to multidimensional travel. So this is very, very exciting stuff. And I've added a whole new week for you guys because I wanted to set up the global grid and really do it well before I start talking about the Pyramid of Giza, before I start getting into this deeper stuff. So Elizabeth, you're actually up next. So this is coming up on Thursday. You want to tell anybody what you're going to be doing then?
Well, on Thursday, I'm going to be helping you to have a stronger connection with your angels, spirit guides, and power animals. So we're going to be going on some journeys together to do that. So there'll be a lot of guided visualization, meditation journeys with me. I'll be using the drum. So prepare your space, have it nice and uninterrupted, and light a candle and have some incense if you like. And we're going to go on a really special journey together.
And so next Sunday after that is not going to be the last one that I do. That's going to be the 5th out of 6. of these prepared lectures that I will do because I needed more space. I felt like just because I did this stuff last year, you're still going to get more out of it if I tell you again, because it always changes the way I describe it. So anyway, we had a lot of fun here, and Dannion, we're so grateful for you being here. Thank you for...
I'm going to get right here. And you know,
All right.
everybody, I think that what's really, really important at this point is understanding that the deeper you breathe and the more you align yourself to your lucid dreaming, as you listen to all of this and what's
A
happening,
slide for that, too.
as you deal with the lucid dreaming and you pay close attention to your breathing and you realize that it is important that you're making a difference. So make the little chart that David was describing about what you're going to think about and what your problems and issues are, and put them down. And then who you would like to contact while you're in this state. And in the morning, as soon as you wake up, have that piece of paper and pen and write it down. The more you systematically structure and do this, the more that system becomes aware of your need to connect, and the faster you will expand in this evolution. I believe when David was talking about the sunburst, the burst and the intensity of it, we're all feeling that energy now. Some of us get stressed, some of us get confused, some of us get angry. People have a lot of problems in that not being able to use, disseminate. Really, please remember this. There are forces who know what we know, and they're working just as hard to confuse you and keep you from expanding, because that means you will see clearly what they're doing. I'm really proud of what David and Elizabeth are doing.
Thank you.
To keep that coming forward. And thank you, everybody, for participating. Please pay attention to your breathing, because that's going to create a deeper level of consciousness for you to absorb and utilize all the things that this ascension is bringing.
Making me think about it right now.
Well, I have my little Qigong retreat still going on, speaking of breathing. So anybody that wants to participate in breathing, I'm doing my Qigong retreat in the mornings at 10 a.m. here.
How many more days?
How many more days? He's done with it already. I think 2
I don't
more
know.
days.
Okay.
And I hope you get to go to the beach, and I hope you get to get outside, because vitamin D kills
Go to
this
the beach?
virus. Yeah, I don't care what they're going to do. Remember,
Okay, fair enough.
Remember, everybody.
I didn't say that, everybody. I assume no legal liability.
I've said it. Go to the beach, enjoy yourself, because the sooner this insanity of control is out of the way, the deeper we can absorb into caring about a planet and caring about each other, and that we've realized that all of this is just to set us up for something that keeps us from awakening to the ascension.
That's true. Thank you, Dannion. Thank you, Elizabeth. And thank you for watching. This is the ground crew for Ascension. We'll see you next time.